Kezdek. As far as I know, we will be streamed online, and I'm just waiting for the signal that we can start it. Kezdhetem? Okay. All right, dear colleagues, dear friends, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to Szeged as well. As far as I know, I can also welcome people online via YouTube. So welcome everyone on the opening of WIPS6, which is a wonderful chance to bring back the series to Szeged in person. It's already 3 years that we had the last chance to have WIPS in person here in Szeged. We already had one during the pandemic period, and as you might know, it's a big challenge and big question these days to organize an event in person or online. The last 2-3 years have changed so much in our life. It's actually not an exception what we experience these days. Just due to COVID, we have lost one person for this event who was tested positive 2 days before. Well, it's certainly not thanks to the Ukrainian-Russian war, but we also lost 3 people who are unable to travel because of this conflict nearby. And the biggest problem to me is that we couldn't expect that airplane carriers are not doing their service. They just canceled a few flights yesterday, and so we don't even have the keynote speaker for today here in person. He will do the keynote speech via Zoom, but we also have someone from Finland who was en route in Helsinki when he was told go home rather than come here. It's a pity, but this is what we have to live with. And by the way, we have to focus on what we have. We have to focus on being here and having so many wonderful people coming from so many countries of Europe. So welcome to Szeged. Let's say welcome you back to Szeged, as like Enrico, who is the most senior WIPSer here, and it's always a pleasure to have new faces coming to Szeged. You might know, or maybe not, Szeged is usually called as the city of sunshine because it's a very sunny and hot city, not necessarily today, but it's good, otherwise it would be 35 and hot, humid weather. We are lucky it's only 25 and hot and humid weather. But anyway, I hope you will enjoy the city as much as you can, and of course the conference as well. I'm not sure how you are doing with this, but one of my favorite authors is Kurt Vonnegut. If I pronounce his name properly, he always complained how his name has to be pronounced. And he had, in his 1973 address at rededication of Wheaton College Library, something which I like a lot, and let me cite it word by word. The burning of the Library of Wheaton would not be the intellectual catastrophe that the burning of the Library of Alexandria, Egypt was. There were no duplicates of many of the books at Alexandria. Our civilization has since developed the mania of duplication. Because there are so many duplicates of everything, our culture can be said to be fireproof. I love this sentence, although totally not related to law, but it's related to something we are at least focusing on today. Cultural preservation is not, by the way, a mania. It's a very important thing for us because cultural heritage, as we see it, especially during pandemic and war times, can disappear quite quickly. But of course, cultural preservation has its own limits to a certain degree, and one of those limits might be related to copyright law. We are at least partially here to address questions related to the cultural heritage, preservation issues, and copyright overlaps. This is something which is organized, co-sponsored, or whatever word we have to use here by 2 organizations or 2 collaborative groups of wonderful people. Recreating Europe is a project funded by the European Union, and that is Szeged a part of. And there is also Indices, which took an active role in organizing, putting this event together. I wanted to say welcome Indices here as well. We have at least one representative from Indices here, but we are expecting a little bit more. But Okay, but recreating Europe is very much present here. I also wanted to highlight one more thing here. Some of you are newcomers to WIPS, some of you are returning people. You have to see that this event, as the name indicates, is dedicated to be a workshop rather than a conference. I wish you the chance to have conversation both in the room and outside of the room, formally, informally. Enjoy talking to people, because this friendliness, this friendly environment plus the cities that makes WIPS such a lovely event to organize and of course to take part in. All in all, we might be slightly less than expected, but we are here to enjoy these 1.5 days, and I could only tell you that I enjoyed very much putting together the program, so I'm looking forward to your presentation. And to cite one more thing from Vonnegut, which is practically a title of a book of him, if this isn't nice, what is? I love this statement from him. So let me wish you all the best for this 1.5 days, and let's officially open the conference here, and also ask our keynote speaker Maurizio, who we hope to be able to see, because we don't see his face on the screen yet, to deliver his keynote here. Maurizio is, by the way, a professor of the University of Torino. He used to work in the United Kingdom, but many of you might know he moved back to Italy. Yes, wonderful, we see you, Maurizio. The floor is yours.
Hi Peter, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes. Let me tell you how much I regret not to be there in person. I was really much looking forward to this opportunity to see you again and to see many friends and colleagues whom I've not been seeing for a long time. And to spend this time with you discussing the issues of copyright IP and the cultural preservation, which are very much at the heart of my own research. So I'm sorry, I will have to speak with you as in the big brother from a screen. So I hope what I'm going to tell you is not as scary as in the Orwell novel. I have some slides to share. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, let me. Okay, so without further ado, let me start to address the topic of my speech today. The title I chose is Rethinking the Commons in the Age of Data Capitalism. So let me start with some tentative definitions of what is mentioned in my title. So as data capitalism, we perhaps pretty much know what is about, is a form of capitalism which has received lots of attention in the last years and lots of definitions. Probably one of the most popular one is the one given by Shoshana Zuboff in her book in 2019, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. Broadly speaking, I would define data capitalism as a stage of capitalism where value is no longer primarily derived from natural or so-called intellectual resources, like in the informational capitalism we knew before the internet, but is directly extracted from human experience, translated in a computable form. So actually data, it is common to say data is the new oil. Actually data is not oil, it's not a natural resource. Data is our lives, our human interactions and experiences and so on. So, and tentative definition of the commons. Here things becomes a bit more difficult because it is commonly said that it is easier to say what commons is not than what it is. We know for sure that commons is not property. We have also some definitions in some legislation, like in the French Civil Code. Generally speaking, we can say also in the common law world that commons is frequently opposed to enclosures. So is a space which is not property not property of anyone. So anyone is in principle free to use it. However, it also implies some duties from the side of the community that wishes to take care of the commons. And a point that I want to make in this complex discussion about the commons is that the commons are frequently given for granted, at least until we lose them. And Peter gave a perfect example just a few minutes ago, a public library. Okay, so a public library, we do not even realize how important it is to have public spaces like a library. We realize how important it is when it gets destroyed, for example, by a natural accident like a fire, or when it is privatized and is no longer a commons. So commons are frequently given for granted, and the same, I think, applies to IP law, to the concept of public domain, which is the way in which IP law sort of translates the definition of commons. Public domain as opposed to exclusivity, and to use a famous definition given by Lessig back in 2003, is a lawyer's free zone. So my argument in a nutshell, so spoiler alert, this is what I'm going to tell you today. My argument is that in the age of data capitalism, the classic alternative between public domain and exclusivity is no longer capable of ensuring freedom to use the commons. And importantly, however broadly we define the public domain. Okay, so I'm going to explore a bit this argument and to explain. And no matter how broadly we define the public domain, this alternative is no longer able to ensure that everybody is capable, has the freedom to use the commons, as in the classic definition of the commons. Okay? Hence, the need to rethink the relationship between the IP and the commons. So, and this explains the title of my speech. Okay, so to make this point, I will go briefly through a very short history of IP and capitalism. Okay, so of course an argument that would require a much broader analysis and probably a whole course. Okay, to explore all this. But I have selected 3 milestones in this story for the purpose of today's speech. The 2 are international treaties. The first one is the Berne Convention. I will focus mainly on copyright today, okay? So the Berne Convention 1986. Then the other one is the TRIPS agreement. And the third milestone is not a treaty, is not statutory law, but is case law, is the case of Authors Guild and Google in 2013, the case on Google Books. So, I suggest to divide the history of IP into 3 periods, into 3 ages. Okay, the first age, which is very long, goes from the Berne Convention to the TRIPS agreement. Okay, roughly speaking, is an age where the IP norms were settled as we know them now. Okay. From the point of view of capitalism, this is the setting of legal mechanisms to enable appropriation and distribution of value in relation to so-called immaterial goods like works, inventions, shapes and configurations, design, and so forth, and so on. So you may remember the theory of Karl Polanyi, the great economic historian, who was speaking about fictitious commodities. So commodities that are created by operation of law. Okay, a work is not a commodity per se. It's not something that can be put on the market unless there is a legal mechanism that ensures a exclusivity, but not only exclusivity, but an interplay between exclusivity and permitted uses. So this is what copyright law in this case does. So the resulting IP framework of this long period is the notion, which is still part of today's copyright basics, the balance between exclusive rights and freedoms. And by freedoms, I mean everything that is considered public domain. So we have the idea expression dichotomy, the exhaustion doctrine, okay, and on which Peter has written a leading treaty. Exceptions and limitations, more importantly, fair use, and so on. So, in a way, this is a topic that could be explored more deeply. We don't have time now to do this, but this is a way of interpreting law as an institution that moderates power. The power of capitalism. Okay, capitalism would like to exploit indefinitely any resource. Okay, this is a point that Noam Chomsky has made frequently. So the law is there to limit and to regulate the power of the extraction power or accumulation power of capitalism. And in particular, to focus more on the topic of today's speech, limiting the power of control over common goods. Okay, so this is an age that Chomsky and Waterston, for example, called the age of regulated capitalism. So there are certain limits that capitalism cannot overcome. This in every area of our civil life. Okay, so now today we are focusing only on IT, but of course the argument can be extended to any area of our society. Think of the welfare state and so on. So what happens is the next age, which starts more or less in the 90s, and I use the date of the TRIPS agreement because it's a milestone in this story. Is a story where the relationship between IP and capitalism changes significantly. So here we are in the age that some economic historians call the neoliberalism, okay, and unregulated capitalism. So to summarize this story, we can say that here we start a process of plunder of the commons via IP expansionism. Okay, this is something on which IP scholars have written and expanded a lot, so I'm not going to review all this literature here. Expansion in terms of subject matter, new subject matter like computer programs, databases, and so on, scope, duration, and global reach. Okay, the TRIPS agreement are an expansion of IP to other countries, imposing, for example, mandatory patents for pharmaceutical products and so on. And the dominating narrative, at least at legislative level and at least in some part of the world, in the US and the EU, is the ideology of capitalist private property, which permeates all the EU copyright harmonization process. To summarize this process, we can use the words of Goldstein in his 2003 book, Copyright's Highway. Extension of private property into every corner in which people derive enjoyment and value from literary and artistic work. So this is the dominating ideology at legislative level, which is reflected in the rhetoric of high level of protection in EU law that we find in the InfoSoc Directive, in the Enforcement Directive, and in many decisions of the European Court. Okay, so I'm not going to spend more time on this. I'm just want to focus on the reaction to this dominating narrative and the creation of a counter-narrative that has dominated and still is dominating academia. I mean, when I started studying copyright and IP law many years ago, I have to say this was the dominating narrative in academia. Public domain, exceptions and limitations, what Boyle called new environmentalism. Okay, so to react to this plunder of commons operated via IP expansionism. So I'm telling things that many of you know already, because this is the bread and butter of IP education in academia in US and in Europe. Okay, so now coming to the new part of the story. So 2003 and 13, I argue that the Google Books cases are a turning point in copyright law. Briefly, in what we have seen in the Google Books cases is that fair use, which as we saw in the classic structure of IP, is meant to be a limit to the power of control over information on goods. In this case, we have seen clearly that fair use leads to market monopoly over secondary uses of copyrighted works. So uses enabled by information technology, by artificial intelligence and machine learning and so on. So we give details of this process in a book we published in 2013, but just to be very brief, the Google Books in public domain are still in public domain. Everyone can access them and download them. However, only Google has the power to do automated processing and to do artificial intelligence, machine learning on these books. So there is a de facto monopoly over secondary uses, which is enabled by fair use. Okay, so is the exception that gives the legal basis to enjoy a complete monopoly over secondary uses. So this is a paradox. Okay, stronger fair use leading to more, not less enclosures. So this, why is this the case? Well, the case is because the new data capitalism has changed the way in which capitalism extracts value and accumulates and controls value from immaterial goods. And this is a phenomenon that is not only limited to copyright, but it applies to all intellectual property rights. So there is one characteristic of this new capitalism is that is relying less and less on patents and other IP rights and more on trade secrets. So if you compare, of course, Google and Amazon and the other big players, they have huge patent portfolios. But if you compare the patent portfolio of these huge companies in comparison with the patent portfolio of big companies in the classic manufacturing capitalism, is much less, to the extent that is 1 to 10 the proportion. Okay, this is a phenomenon that now is being studied extensively by economists and by lawyers. So what is replacing IP law? So the fact that this capitalism is no longer based on fictitious commodities created by IP law is the emergence of what Ricolfi called the de facto powers. Okay, so the de facto power of control over informational resources, over data and other know-how and other informational resources. And this because we can see that weaker IP favors large and highly integrated industries, with a notable exception of the pharmaceutical industry, which still relies heavily on patents. And this favors small business today. This is not a new phenomenon. This occurred also in the classic capitalism. The difference is that now IT-intensive companies like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, and so on, Apple, they more and more relying on de facto powers and less on IP. So this leads to the point of my speech. I mean, the argument I would like to submit to your attention. So the need to rethinking the commons. So if in a world where big companies that now are more powerful than states, okay, and hence they influence IP policy. So think, for example, the way in which big tech companies like Google have lobbied for, are lobbying for adopting fair use in other jurisdictions than the US. They have lobbied on stronger exceptions, for example, during the UK copyright reform a few years ago. They have been very happy about, for example, the expansion of certain permitted uses like parody. Okay, so parody, everybody likes parody because it is the right of the users. But YouTube is profiting hugely from a broad definition of parody, and so in this situation where big tech companies that are powerful than state, that are able to influence legislation and to determine the trends in legislation and in jurisprudence. So where is the room for regulation through IP law? So the question is ex-ante regulation deemed to fail? Well, ex-ante regulation is the typical way in which IP regulates relationship of power. Okay, so the balance of between, as we said, between exclusivity and permitted uses, exclusivity and freedom. So there are other areas where ex-ante regulation apparently is more efficient than IP. For example, the fact of imposing transparency obligations on algorithms that now we see in the Digital Services Act. And then we have ex post regulation, competition law, antitrust. Okay, and we are witnessing the emergence of a new paradigm in competition law. And here I mention also some of the scholars that have given important contributions in this respect. So a new paradigm in competition law, for example, the doctrine of essential facility now is being applied to algorithmic powers and so on. So little by little, and the dominating paradigm in competition law, which has been dominated by neoliberal economics, is starting to change. And how about IP law? So we have seen that are we still insisting on the distinction between exclusivity and permitted uses? Are we still thinking that expanding permitted uses is a good thing because it favors pluralism, it favors competition? So we have seen that this is no longer the case. So it is possible that also IP law should go through a change of paradigm. So my argument is that the Google Books cases, and which is not isolated cases, okay, there are other cases that confirm this changing paradigm, requires a change of attitude in copyright scholarship and in IP scholarship in general. Okay, the argument is perhaps more complex in patent law, but it still follows the same itinerary, the same line. So the emergence of de facto powers that make ex ante regulation shaky. So I give just a couple of hints of how this change of paradigm might look like. So one is the impositions of rules of reciprocity on every use permitted by exception. These uses cannot be appropriated if they are made by virtue of a copyright exception. In general, I think that there should be a shift beyond the paradigm of exclusivity versus exception. So I've said this already. And what is going to replace this paradigm? Well, possibly an approach that is no longer opposing exclusivity, property rights, and permitted uses. But the question is the strong versus the weak. Okay, so to protect the weak part against the excessive power of the strong part. And if you think of copyright as always been in its classic vision, its classic form, has always been a rule of law to protect the weak against the powerful, against the excess of the power. So the Statute of Anne, as you may know from copyright history, was introduced to limit the power of the London publishers, of the London booksellers. And along the history of copyright and intellectual property in general, we see this operation of law as a law that tries to limit the power of capitalism to appropriate and accumulate. Okay, so we have given some examples before. So I think this could be the new approach that guides legislation and the judiciary in the new data capitalism, okay, which is dominated by de facto powers. Okay, so this concludes my speech. I don't know if we will have time for some questions and discussion. So, as I said, I would have very much liked to be there in presence to discuss these and the other things that will be addressed at the conference. But thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Maurizio. And I just exchanged an email yesterday with another Recreating Europe team member, Pedro Quintas, and we totally agreed that it's the perfect time to be an IP scholar. We have so many challenges, overlaps with other fields, including DSA, etc., that I very much enjoyed this thought-provoking introduction to the conference. Now we continue. Maurizio, yes, there will be time for Q&A. I would recommend to listen to the 3 other presenters or 3 other presentations, and then we will have time for the Q&A. So please stay with us via Zoom, and we will most probably raise questions to you as well. So the next speaker will be Camille Francois. Just a second, which is your presentation here? Oh, come on. Okay, that's it. Cool. Sorry, I didn't see your name. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thanks. So, hello everyone. I'm Camille Françoise. I am a Creative Commons Open Culture Grant Manager. So, I'm taking this. In my notes. Perfect. So, as you probably know, CC is the world's leading non-profit organization that stewards the CC licenses and tools and that drives copyright reforms to support better sharing of copyright content in the public interest and in tune with the sharing possibilities unlocked in the digital environment. CC licenses are meant to lower the barriers to sharing of work protected by copyright. Yes, perfect. But the thing is, our licenses can only do so much. They are a patch and not a fix and cannot address all the barriers to better sharing of claims raised by a copyright system that is often complex, unbalanced, or outdated. If we don't act to reform copyrights, this risks undermining GLAM's public interest, activities in the digital environment, exacerbating inequalities by curtailing efforts to provide universal access to knowledge and culture, and carving a black hole in the world's digital cultural heritage. In February 2022, Creative Commons launched its GLAM policy paper named Towards Better Sharing of Cultural Heritage, an agenda for copyright reform, as part of our Open Culture program. The aim and outline of this policy paper is to provide a key pillar and a reference document for Creative Commons advocacy work in copyright reform in the cultural heritage context, with a specific focus on digital environment. Our goal is to support Creative Commons copyright and GLAM communities, as well as GLAM institutions in their own advocacy efforts and legislative processes. Because CC promotes open culture, a positive global policy framework that fosters GLAM's public interest mission. Why? Because we are convinced that GLAMs play a fundamental role in society. They support education, research, creativity, innovation, and of course the advancement of knowledge. They are gateways through which the public can enjoy universal, inclusive, equitable access to the full diversity of cultural resources and experiences. And of course, they also keep a reliable record of our heritage and preserve our collective memory for future generations. By making their collection available to the public, disseminating information, and serving as public forum to hold society-wide debates, they empower people to participate in civic life and build a sustainable future for all. And yet, copyright law as it exists today stands in the way of GLAMs achieving their mission in the digital environment and establishing a sustainable, equitable, and meaningful digital presence. That's the reason why we need to ensure a global copyright policy framework conducive to GLAM's mission. Robust and thriving public domain, a reasonable term of protection, and of course to understand the complex interplay of copyright with traditional cultural expression, indigenous cultural heritage and restitution, and to explore the opportunities and challenges that have been raised and still raised by artificial intelligence. So here is a laundry list of the type of activities that GLAMs and their users should be able to undertake lawfully. We basically need to ensure their needs are treated on equal footing with those of copyright right holders in a fair and balanced manner. So here, for exception for and limitation for GLAMs as direct beneficiaries, it includes to reproduce works for preservation purposes, display and exhibit works, including digitally, reproduce and provide access to orphan works and out-of-commerce works, and born digital e-books, e-works, and digitized works. For users and members as direct beneficiaries, it includes access it's access and use works for educational and private purposes, as research and private study, perform text and data mining, exercise freedom of Panorama, use of works in the context of public speech, news reporting, but also for quotation, criticism, review, parody, caricature, pastiche. Of course, to provide access to works in accessible format for people with disabilities, and to make transformative uses as such as to remix and provide other forms of user-generated content. In the policy paper, we also find additional information related to the fact that we are also mentioning not have contract override, no override by technological protection measures, and of course to ensure that those exceptions and limitations are have a cross-border application. Some key other items that you will also find in this policy paper is the fact that we need to protect the public domain from additional copyright layer, because digitized public domain work must remain in the public domain. The law must make it clear that there can be no copyright protection for digital reproduction of public domain works. We believe it's crucial that copyright law in every jurisdiction, as well as behavioral norms and contractual agreements regarding the digitization of GAMS collection, clearly prohibits anyone from claiming copyright or related rights over faithful digital reproduction of public domain works. The second item is related to the reasonable term of protection we would like to see, because excessively long copyright terms negatively impact GAM institutions as they thwart efforts to increase access to knowledge. We've seen that empirical work has shown that culturally important books are less available in countries with longer terms than shorter ones. And therefore, we believe that copyright should support a robust and universally accessible public domain and not unduly delay works entry in the public domain. You will also find in this policy document some position on the legal and ethical issues related to traditional cultural expressions, because it's also important to note that GAMs have a range of responsibilities and duties in respect to indigenous cultural heritage, in particularly in light of questions around restitution and repatriation, and of the sensitivity around heritage linked to communities. And the last point would be on artificial intelligence and cultural heritage, because I think you're also aware that developments in AI present exciting opportunities for GAMs, but also raise copyright questions. For example, regarding the use of GAMs collection for AI training, the copyright public domain status of AI-generated content, and how the open ecosystem should address barriers beyond copyright to opening up and sharing the GAM collection. So we are actually, based on this GAM policy paper, we are now developing a guide for policy makers. So we find plenty of information here. So the goal of this guide actually is to offer key concepts, top policy issues, a summary of top policy issues, some recommendations, some case studies. We are working together with our community on that guide, and so that's also the reason why that if you actually you are interested into joining us and contributing to that guide, we would love to have you there. The next call is on the 30th of June, and I'm happy to discuss detail if you're interested to engage on those questions. And we invite you all to join the platform that we have within Creative Commons, because we are a community as well, and we are working with the Creative Commons Open GAM platform and the copyright platform, and so you're very welcome to join the conversation and engage with other IP experts and activists on this topic. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this presentation. Our next speakers, this time truly speakers, is going to be the greatest group of representatives of Recreating here, because in Recreating Europe we have various work packages, and one of the work packages, work package 5, is focusing directly on the GLAM sector. And we have a wonderful team of collaborators here coming from Trento and Pisa at the same time. I would like to, do you have a presentation? Okay. There you go. That's right.
Oh, but Martha, is this the last one?
Yes, that's the last one.
Great.
I just saved the last one. And so let's see what our colleagues in Recreate. I hope the camera can show them properly, because I'm not sure. So the floor is yours, ladies, and tell us what your research found in this project. Sorry, you have a microphone.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having trouble sitting in here because I'm short, so it's not that easy. Okay. No, no problem. All right, so we have 15 minutes in total, which is really a challenge. We'll be as quick as we can, but keep an eye on the time for you. All right. So we are here today to present a research that we have been conducting within Recreating Europe, one of the organizing project of this event, within two main working packages. Working package 2 on user rights, and working package 5 that focuses on GLAM, on cultural heritage institutions. This research of ours has been quite interesting, but again challenging, because we are trying to mix our different approach. In Recreating Europe, we really believe that we should play and put a lot of attention on our stakeholders that are, as I said, GLAMs and user rights, and we value their contribution to our research. They provide us with very important and insightful data that we believe should always support any proposal for copyright reform and IP in general. Our outline is this, okay. Yeah, I think I should stay here, so it's just easier. Okay, so that is our, this is our outline. So we will provide very briefly, as we're running out of time, some context about this project of ours and on our respective working packages. We will give you just a very brief outline on the subject of our research and on the framework, indeed, of our research. And then we'll focus on these two stakeholders that I mentioned, so cultural heritage institutions and end user, providing two main examples, so two exemplary issues where we see their interaction working well, but sometimes colliding, conflicting, which are freedom of panorama and reproduction of works of visual arts in the public domain. And we'll conclude with some remarks on what are the next steps of our research. So the project isn't working?
I think the slides are moving.
I mean, I can see it from here, but not on the main.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's not
Maybe
working.
this way.
It's working now.
Okay, it's working again now. Okay, so the project. The project, I think that what is important to highlight here is that it is it really has a strong interdisciplinary approach, in a sense that we have colleagues, experts with very different expertise, and this is something that help us have and embrace really in full a participatory research strategy, the strategy I was mentioning about having insightful data to provide along with our research. And what we really value, as I said at the very beginning, is the work we do with our stakeholders. We map, we verify, we explore, we guide, and we want to do in contribution with the stakeholders that we represent. I will skip this slide just because I really hope that you will be curious enough to check our website, to probably go on Zenodo, because we have a community there where we upload all of our deliverables and all our research output. But also I would encourage you to come to us and discuss the things we are doing, and perhaps explain what are your thoughts about what we are doing, especially if you have different views. That would be very, very helpful for us. So skipping this, this is the main framework of our research. So that's very dense, I know, but I promise you that I will try to explain it more clearly. So we focus on the relationship between cultural heritage and copyright. And we believe this is a very special relationship. It's a unique one, one of a kind, because they are interrelated, especially in the context of a GLAM. They work well together, but sometimes they collide, they clash. And this is a problem, especially when they go into different directions. This, of course, is natural because from a strictly legal perspective, they have different approaches. So the provisions in cultural heritage law and in copyrights are different because they have different approach intrinsically, in a sense that in cultural heritage law, you will see how the public interest prevail, or ideally, this is the idea of a cultural heritage law should prevail, while in copyright, as we also have just seen from the other speakers, it is the private interest dimension that usually prevail. So I'm not saying that they do not relate and they do not influence each other, but it's important to keep in mind that they essentially have the very different approach to this extent. And we also want to depart from a concept that we believe it's the connection point, so the link between these two words, which is the right to access culture. We are aware that this concept is very critical. It's difficult to manage, also to be explained, has a lot of nuances that are difficult to really tell in specific and detailed terms, but we assume this concept to be the one that is framed by international law, and in particular we refer to Article 27 of the Human Rights Declaration, Universal Declaration, and Article 15 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and cultural rights. So this is where we depart from. And we believe that this interest, this right to culture, is essential for cultural heritage institutions, but also for users. We think that this is the starting point, and this is a crucial element of the digital public mission of our stakeholders. But this mission is really at stake, has some difficulty to be performed when we see cultural heritage provision and copyright provisions colliding. So going back to what I was saying at the very beginning. And this, for instance, happen when or applies to a limited extent, for instance, through the flexibilities we heard about, but cultural heritage provision applied, and perhaps bring more barriers to this framework. So makes the attempt to open culture, to give access to a culture, very difficult to be done in practice. And this is something that we should not forget, and we should all explain how it happens. We'll provide two exemplary issues to this extent, so my colleague will focus particularly on the two examples that I just told you about. So I will give them the floor now. Perlin first. Just to mention that Caterina Sganga and Magali Contardi are not here today, but they are definitely part of these conversations, so we say hello to them as well.
Then I will stay here. Can you all hear me clearly? Okay, perfect. I promise to be quick and wrap up my part in 5 minutes. Okay, so following up with Julia's presentation, first of all, I would like to provide some information about what do we mean when we're referring to copyright flexibilities within the Recreating Europe context. Because when we're talking about copyright flexibilities, we're not just focusing on just exceptions and limitations, but we're also focusing on a broader spectrum of flexibilities that would enable end users access to culture and use cultural content. And these also include public regulatory sources as well as private regulatory sources. When it comes to public regulatory sources, of course, we're referring to exceptions and limitations, but in addition to that, we also include certain other elements, such as the termination of copyright or copyright exhaustion, as well as the public domain. And when it comes to private regulatory sources, it is mostly our colleagues, Professor Meze and Dr. Harkai, who are working on this. And they're also trying to understand how online content sharing platforms are also enabling end users access to cultural elements, and how these systems, the end user license agreements or other contractual provisions, are helping end users to access and use cultural content. But today's presentation will be focusing on merely on the public domain and then freedom of Panorama. And it will be my part to deal with the freedom of Panorama. And here, I mean, I would like to start with providing you with a brief, let's say, description about the freedom of Panorama exception. We all know that this exception was introduced to the EU copyright acquis in 2001 with the InfoSoc Directive. And it is providing, or it is requiring states, though being an optional exception, to introduce either exceptions or limitations to right to reproduction, right to communication to the public, as well as making available to the public for the sake of enabling these beneficiaries to reproduce and to use these works or other subject matter that is made to be permanently located in public spaces. So as you can see, this is a very broadly articulated, a very broadly formulated copyright exception or limitation. And plus, we should perhaps once more highlight that this is an optional one, which gives a margin of discretion to states whether or not to implement this, and also, again, a margin of discretion to formulate this exception in accordance with their own needs and expectations in their own national laws. And this is an important issue because once we take a look at this table, having mapped these flexibilities and especially the freedom of Panorama in the EU member states, we have realized that even before the InfoSoc Directive, 14 member states have already had certain copyright regulations that are addressed to this purpose. Here we have highlighted Greece because there are certain controversies about the Greek freedom of Panorama exception, because it is quite narrow in the terms of its scope of beneficiaries, as it is only addressed to the mass media. But when it comes to the post-InfoSoc Directive process or the era, we also realized that certain countries decided to amend their existing laws to bring their laws in line with the EU standards, whereas some others have introduced this exception for the very first time to their national laws. And there exists only one country which has not implemented this optional exception, and in the Italian legal landscape we cannot see anything similar to this freedom of Panorama exception. But another issue is that given the broad articulation of this exception, we also realized that certain countries had different approaches to beneficiaries, as in the case of Greece, or more or less most of the countries adopted the same scope of permitted uses, but there are times that we also see certain limitations or restrictions on the interpretation of public spaces. If I'm not mistaken, Hungary is having a differentiation between indoors and outdoors public spaces, whereas in some other countries we also see that there are restrictions imposed upon the means of use or the means of making available or reproducing such kind of cultural content. So this brings me to my other slide. We're planning to turn this presentation into a paper, and for the sake of our paper, we want to focus on certain countries. So we have chosen 5 countries, including Italy, but I mean, given that there are no provisions in Italy, here you only see a quick glance of the legal landscape of these 4 other countries. Well, very briefly, we can say that even a very quick glance at this table shows the points that have been harmonized and the points that still need to be harmonized, or perhaps to catch up with the digital era and the digital, the digital agenda of the European Union as well. Here, as you can see, more or less, all these 4 countries adopted a same approach in terms of defining their beneficiaries, whereas, I mean, subject matter is again more or less the same. However, the permitted acts can vary to a certain extent, especially in the case of Finland. What we see is that this communication to the public can only be made if it is related to a text that is existing in a newspaper or a periodical. So which gives the impression that this is perhaps something closer to the press review or reporting current events. When it comes to other restrictions, we also see that these are the restrictions that doesn't exist in the original freedom of expression, freedom of panorama exception within the InfoSoc Directive. However, we also realize that certain other countries are imposing some other issues. For instance, Ireland is mostly about reproducing these cultural content by analog means, and when it comes to the digital means, they're only allowing taking a photograph or filming. Or again, in Finland, we can see that we can also see that the reproduced material cannot be the main motive, cannot be the main theme of the copy, whereas there should be some other elements, again, and this is an imposition on the use of this right. And again, in Austria, we also see that there are some other elements of restrictions where we can see that, for instance, the reproduced materials cannot be located in public spaces. And this is the point that I will leave floor to Marta, who will be continuing the presentation with the public domain.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm talking about Article 14. The reason is, again, we are taking this double perspective, as also the presentation of Dr. Francois highlighted. We are also looking at exceptions and limitations, or more in general, copyright flexibilities, targeting cultural institutions and end users. So these 2 subjects. And when it comes to Article 14, it's also interesting to understand which is the target of this disposition. It may be useful to remember that its origins could be linked to Article 6 of the new directive, new copyright directive, which is about preservation. So it relates to cultural institutions in a way. But the overall result is a disposition that is also is about cultural institutions, but about end users as well. And the interesting thing is that it's really difficult to understand whether this is an exception or limitation. Also depends on whether we are, sides of this debate we are looking at. But it's a flexibility because it regards public domain, which is something where copyright shouldn't exist. By the way, it's a free lawyer zone, as Maurizio Borghi was remembering from Lessing's work. So it's definitely something that it's interesting to look at because it now is part, for the first time, of our copyright framework. Just a few words on the article, although I believe that the context which allows us to understand is really well explained by Recital 53. We're talking about something that relates to the digital environment, something that relates to the circulation of in a cross-border dimension, so the internet. And we're talking also about faithful reproductions and the field of visual arts, which limits, in a way, its scope. I believe that overall, this introduction should be welcome as a positive addition to the copyright framework, because it introduces some legal certainty in a field where there is not much. And moving on at a closer look, we understand that this legal certainty is really well defined in relation to a particular subject, that is photographs. The reason is that, Article 14 now says that these reproductions of public domain works would not be object of copyright or related rights. And the first example that comes to mind is that today non-original photographs are protected by, could be protected within the EU copyright law. The reason is that there's Article 6 of the term directive that allows for protection of non-original photographs by neighboring rights. So some member states have this type of protection. And again, looking at the works of visual arts as the main subject of the article, we see that there is an open catalog here. So if on one hand we are able to understand that the scope would be easy to understand and specific, the fact that works of visual art are not defined doesn't help us to understand which type of reproductions will be targeted by the norm. And a couple of references to the Berne Convention that doesn't really as works of visual arts in its attachment, but again, leaves the catalog open. And finally, the last element of this conundrum is that, of course, this rule would be valid, but when the work is original, when the material resulting from the reproduction is original. I understand I have to be very quick here, so just in a nod to Pellin's work before, here you see some examples of that we are targeting. So these are preliminary results of this analysis we are taking on. We see 2/3 main strategies because Ireland doesn't have the protection of non-original photographs we were mentioning. So what we see now for Article 14 is basically that either countries that protect non-original photographs have introduced and modified, amending their own provision on non-original photographs, or, as the example of Italy and Germany, prefer to introduce a general norm with a transversal scope, which is probably the best way if you want to target, if we're trying to target the enhanced access of cultural heritage, which is the focus of our but just let me finish on this, because Italy, unfortunately, opens the Pandora's box in saying that, the Article 14 would be a rule, but cultural laws on cultural heritage would still apply. And this is a powerful example because these laws, Italian laws, bring in the idea of limiting the access to cultural heritage, unfortunately, because they impose in some cases, not in all cases, but especially for commercial purposes, the fact that an authorization and sometimes fees would be needed. So, very briefly, to conclude on our research trajectories, but maybe this could be discussed further in the Q&A as well. We see the fact that there are other limits other than copyright law as a very, very important element. We are talking about laws on cultural heritage, but when we're talking about accessing cultural heritage, there are other limits that come to mind. Protection of personal data, for instance, ethics. And again, this traces back to the debate that Julia was illustrating, right to culture versus copyright. This brings to reflect on copyright rationale. And finally, just to conclude, with exploring the room of reform of copyright law, we believe that, the EU competencies are a point to discuss. And now we see cultural heritage is also being framed within the data strategy. So if cultural heritage becomes data as well, it's really important to think this object change, and it changes the way we have to think about the normative framework on cultural heritage. And this is really visible in the recent recommendation of November 2021 on the European Common Data Space for Cultural Heritage. Sorry I took too much time, and thank you very much for your attention.
I would say that was an excellent introduction to the fact how complicated research we do in countries, and we could probably sit here for hours to hear on the experiences of all the other countries. But we should go on, and please, let's have your humor stick. There you go. Okay. Second complete?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And now again, we are going to hear a co-authored presentation from or by Cristiana Sappa and Enrico Bonadio, and as you see, Cristiana will start. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Peter. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to share with you some very quick talk, a very quick thought on the challenges and opportunities related to the digitizations for GLAMs, and I will principally focus on GLAMs and in particular on museums, while Enrico will go beyond that. Thanks, by the way, to Peter for this wonderful organization of this very nice event. Now, the first very short remark is that we used to refer to GLAMs, which is an acronym that is basically putting the focus on the fact that we are having a sectorial approach on the cultural heritage. But we shifted from GLAMs to cultural heritage institutions, which is suggesting a more holistic and more comprehensive approach of the research to be done. Of course, I understand that the different sectors, libraries, museums and archives are generally studied in a more sectorial perspective, but at some point we should be probably more synthetic and less analytical for several reasons. And of course, I understand the peculiarity of each of them. Now, what our cultural heritage institutions do? Like Camille Françoise was saying in the Wikimedia page, the reference is access, they enable the access to knowledge. But there's a discrepancy between what Wikimedia says and the acts on copyright, and in particular on cultural heritage says, like Julia Dore was also referring. In the Cultural Heritage Acts and Codes, we generally refer to preservation a lot, but preservation is not a mission, a final aim per se. Preservation is functional to what? To education. And this is why I generally refer to the educational mission of cultural heritage institutions much more than the digital missions, because the digital infrastructure is a tool to enable the reaching of a broader target. Now, how do GLAMs, how do cultural heritage institutes, enable the educational missions? By enabling the access to their premises. Basically, we are able to go there to enjoy the exhibits or to access the literary works and so on and so forth. And actually, as for that, there's not a big challenge nor a surprising opportunity. Along the years, the lawmakers has basically introduced some rules in order to facilitate also the access to digitized works within the institution. So here we broaden a little bit the opportunities, we killed the limited challenges, and as of today, I would say that the challenges are really marginal in this era. But what is the problem is the second part, where we are talking about access to culture or access to information on cultural heritage remotely. Here we have challenges that have been the same for ages, and the challenges are related to the property-based or control-based paradigm of copyright, but also of some countries like Italy that comes from cultural heritage rules, where we basically need to have the ownership of the rights. And if there's no ownership, what are the keys, what are the steps? Either right clearance, prohibitive, or exceptions and limitations, very often too narrow, or efficient collective management organizations, which is not always present at a state level. What are the opportunities? There are two sets of opportunities: economic opportunities, market-oriented opportunities, and non-economic opportunities. Now, this is my personal point, which is GLAMs, and here I'm cultural heritage institutions, and I here refer particularly to museums, have to focus on educational missions and have to focus on non-money oriented opportunities. There was a tremendous work along the years for, trying to make it happen, the remote access, so the dynamic access, not the static access to original copies in the cultural heritage premises, but the dynamic access, the access to information on that material. And this was possible thanks to institutional initiatives from museums, but also then at the later stage of projects like Europeana. There was a terrific works of communities, and in particular Wikimedia, but also with the help of Creative Commons or Communia, that really pushed a lot for having more and more material out for dissemination purposes, for education purposes, and not only for preservation purposes. Individuals that are acting right now on the different social networks are really much helping that, even if it's not in an orchestrated way. And all this pushed the lawmakers to have regulatory initiatives, so to introduce something within the copyright system like Article 14 that is seeing a lot of resistance from every side, but at least is there, and also, you know, something beyond the copyright framework. And I'm thinking in particular to Open Data Directive of 2019, where it's interesting to see the evolution of the role of cultural institutions as for data in that framework. And also, all these push the private subjects, the market operators, to be compliant with the fact of having stuff online that is no longer protected. Or they don't actually, they can no longer claim some right on the faithful reproductions on some digitized copy. Now, I conclude very quickly before Enrico takes over on the money-oriented opportunities. They are there. They are very attractive, in particular for museums. I would recommend museums to stay away from that. There was a huge market for digital collections developers already in the very last phase of the analog era. And now it's the very momentum of NFTs that we are going to discuss a little bit later. This is very interesting, but in particular for private sectors. And my opinion is really that the museums stay focused on the educational missions and do not become too much market-oriented. But Enrico will tell you about who can be market-oriented.
Thanks, Christiana, and let me thank Peter and all the organizers to be here again. I was here for the very first edition of the workshop, and it's always a pleasure to come back to the GET. And yes, just to tell you that Christiana and I have looked at GLAMS in a collective book, a native book that we are finalizing in these months, and where with our contributors, our colleagues, we have looked at not only GLAMS, but also beyond. So what we have done, we have looked at both creators, and this is the book, in the best libraries from September 2022. And we have looked at both creators and managers of literary and artistic work. So, of course, GLAMS is big part of the book. So museums that, you know, with the great chapter by Christiana, we have looked at galleries, Simon Stokes at galleries, Max Marzetti at libraries, and several other intermediaries, universities, and so on and so forth. So let me just, you know, tell something about, for example, galleries, because, you know, galleries massively use digitized works, right? Artistic works. So where art market professionals like galleries, they sell works of art, you know, they advertise, for example, their artworks there. I mean, back in the days, the way they did it is to, you know, to distribute printed sale catalogs, right? That was before the boom, the internet boom of the late 90s. So much advertising at that time was done physically, traditional. Now it is done online via their website, including online viewing rooms, right? Platforms, social media platforms, Instagrams. If you look, these galleries nowadays, they have their social media platforms, and they, you know, they show their artworks. So when they advertise the work, the canvases, the prints, a number of acts that potentially may infringe the artist's copyright may occur. For example, a high-quality photograph of the work, or possibly a video as well, will need to be taken, and this typically is in digital form, right? And this is a reproduction of the work, clearly, right? So, and such reproduction is likely to be included in the printed catalog, which is then distributed prior to the sale or auction. And these, again, engages both the reproduction and the distribution rights. So you need to clear such rights before doing that. Also, this takes place also digitally, as we have seen, through an electronic sale catalog or PDF. If this takes place via email distribution rather than online, then this is analogous to the previous one, the B, no? The reproduction right and the distribution right. And the reproduction of the artwork can be made available to the public online. No? That's what galleries do, through the website, via social media, online viewing rooms. Again, this engages both reproduction right and the communication to the public right. So they need to clear these rights. I mean, galleries, they do. They have lawyers, and it's quite, this clearance of rights is quite, might be cumbersome. So this is galleries. What about libraries? We know that the Digital Single Market Directive addresses some of the needs of these libraries, as you know, Max Mazzetti in the chapter in our book has analyzed. We know that Article 3 has established the mandatory text and data mining exception, which is quite limited, as we all know. And also we know that Article 6 of the directive allows cultural heritage institutions, such as libraries, to make copies of any works that are part of their permanent collections in any format or medium for preservation purposes. So this is, again, a provision which may benefit, right, libraries. We also know that the Digital Single Market Directive has introduced an exception for mass digitization of out-of-commerce work, and this exception, however, works subsidiarily. That means that it is available if no collective management organization sufficiently represents rights holders for the type of works and the license subject rights. So, in other words, this solution kicks in if there is no market solution such as a license. In the US, the DMCA, as we all know, of 1998, made illegal circumvention of technology protection measures illegal, right? And we know that then also in Europe we have adopted similar provision with the InfoSoc directive. In the DMCA, however, it is also included an exception which allows the Librarian of Congress, after, I quote from the provision, after a complex rule-making procedure and a series of consultations with other institutions, to declare some classes of uses exempt from such prohibition against the circumvention of technology protection measures for 3 years. And such exemptions are granted in situations in which TPMs may have, a negative effect on non-infringing use. We know that this is a big problem with TPMs. Now they might reach over and affect non-infringing uses. So basically, due to these provisions, libraries in the US are exempted from the general rule against circumvention of TPMs. Therefore, for example, libraries may legally remove TPMs for the lawful preservation of software, or video games, no longer reasonably available in commercial marketplace. Okay, so as I said, in our book, we have, with our wonderful contributors, we have looked at this. I personally wrote a chapter on publishers, and of course, the digital element in this chapter is quite relevant. I, for example, focused on a relatively recent case in India in 2016, where several publishers, OUP and several big publishers, took action against a photocopying shop within the University of Delhi. So they sued both the photocopy and the University of Delhi because they were creating course packs, right? Photocopying books and stuff. There was a massive protest, also by academics, Indian academics, also those academics whose work were published by the publishers which would take action. And they said, basically, no, we are not responsible for that. We don't endorse such legal action. We side with students. We side with the photocopy machine shop, the shop in US, because we really support the right to education. We think that making course packs is important, especially in a country like India, where access to education is quite important and is less clear is less easy than in other countries. The Court of Delhi sided with the shop, with the university, by declaring that copyright is not a divine right, an absolute right, and therefore we need to allow these free uses, also copying of the publishers. However, they didn't stop to lobby, because now, as far as I understand, they are strongly lobbying the Indian government in order to, depart from this case law and introduce legal provisions which would be contrary to what the Court of Delhi said in 2016, let's say. It's an important case. It's an important case which gives us an idea of how negative could be an overprotection of copyright, especially in those countries where, we know how much these books cost, right? We need to finish. Okay, we have just presented some works, some aspects of what we have looked at with our contributors in this book. Of course, the digitalization elements in this book is quite relevant. So the last slide is this. Costs. Can I say costs? No.
Cost means dust, but cost is...
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
Just take my keys.
Questions later, right?
No, actually, we start questions. Yeah. But actually, Enrico, your pronunciation in Hungarian is as good as my child's pronunciation. She cannot pronounce these accents, actually. So she would also say kos, which is, by the way, dust in Hungarian language. But kösz means thanks. But thank you very much for making this presentation here. We are generally in time, which is good. So we have 10 to 15 minutes time for Q&A. I already see Julia has a question, probably to Enrico. So yes, she really seems to recommend that you sit there.
Was escaping.
Yeah, please. But of course, any speaker can come here.
Thank you for your questions. Yes.
We can hear.
To hear your thoughts about how you would define gallery, whether you see them as a private entities rather than public, and so you distinguish them from museums.
Yeah, of course.
I think that it is the notion of gallery can be the two ways. If we refer to private galleries, and Enrico was presenting the chapter on private galleries, we are talking about private market operators that are closely connected to the artistic sectors, and they're somehow in between auctions and then museums. But then we have in the GLAMS acronym, it's galleries and museums, because museums is a very broad notion. When we think about museum, you're from Trento, and there's an extraordinary museums of science in Trento. So there's no artistic work. The issues related to copyright might be there because the museum's collection can qualify as a database. But there's no copyright on a single piece as well. If, of course, we think about the Pompidou Center, we are talking about artistic pieces. that we may like or not, but but you know, copyright as in on the single individual pieces. So I think that in the GLAM acronym, gallery is used to really to focus on the collections of artistic works, while museum is broader. I don't know if you...
Yeah, just to say that in the chapter, our contributor Simon Stokes looked at the private galleries. Yeah, you said. Yeah. So where copyright, of course, is quite important. These are the questions.
Any more questions? I'm not sure whether we received any questions from the YouTube. Okay, that's via YouTube. We also have the live stream, but people might be able to comment there, but no questions at this point. Oh, okay, Simon.
Thank you. Can I ask a question to the first speaker?
Maurizio,
yes.
Of course.
If he is still somewhere available.
Maurizio. Dov'è Maurizio?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Hi. Hello.
Ciao Maurizio.
Now, should I look behind me or should I look in the front? I have no idea. Okay, I'm going to watch you, but you will probably just see my back. A short question. Do you think that the Data Act and the Digital Markets Act might solve some of the issues that you mentioned about the last phase, the phase since 2013?
I think what I mentioned in my presentation, the certain obligations on transparency of algorithm, this can have some effect, and in fact this is the provision that is most feared and opposed by big tech companies. So but I think, of course, is not sufficient, because in the DSA it requires some steps. Of course, it gives some power of investigation to the Commission to request a disclosure. So it's not a disclosure by default, which would be preferable. But this would be, a goal that is very difficult to achieve. At least some powers to request disclosure of algorithms. So I think this is a step in the good direction, but I think we need to move ahead, because technology is always quicker than legislation. So by the time legislation kicks in, the big tech companies will have found another way to keep another layer of secrecy on top of what is required by legislation. So, but yes, it's a step in the right direction, in my opinion.
Yeah, I also have a question to Maurizio that relates to what you, towards the end of your presentation, you presented this approach towards reciprocity, this share-alike approach. What would you say if I would then argue with the rationale of copyright protection, actually, to say that, well, you now have Google that's doing this scans of the books, and I imagine this costs millions of dollars to do this scanning processes. And if you then say, well, they need, within this share-alike approach, make it freely available, wouldn't then there be also the possibility, if the outcome is that you can't commercialize it, then maybe there is the chance that nobody in the first place is scanning, is digitalizing these works. And I think this would also not be a good outcome if this would be the case. And also, a second question to this share-alike approach, would you go so far to say, well, if you now write a book and you want to sell the book, but in this book there is one Creative Commons photograph, does this share-alike approach then mean you cannot sell the book because there is one Creative Commons photograph in it? What's your thoughts on that?
On the first question, I think we should stop considering using exclusivity to reward investment. I think this is the wrong approach. This is the approach that has been very much promoted, not that much in the classical copyright regime, but more in the neoliberal copyright regime that took place in the 90s and in the 2000s in the EU harmonization process. I mean, the obvious example is the database directive. No, there is some investment, so we reward investment with exclusivity. So, of course, Google is making a huge investment, but we should not reward this investment with exclusivity, neither legal or de facto exclusivity. So I think this is the wrong approach if we want to preserve the commons. On your second question, I'm not sure how to respond. Yes, I think this is a problem that we found everywhere in copyright. So copyright is always a sort of a Russian doll where you have various copyrights, various licenses overlapping in one single product. Perhaps the default rule is that the most open license should prevail in case there are some overlaps. So, but speaking of Creative Commons, another way which is now enabled by the new Article 4 of the DSM Directive, the text and data mining, is that also text and data reproduction for the purpose of text and data mining can be made conditional to share alike, for example. So that this has an impact on what I was calling the monopolies on the secondary market of artificial intelligence and so on. So I don't know if I responded to your question.
Yes, Philip seems to be satisfied with your answer. Any final question? Okay, there's one more from Radim, and then we take a break.
Okay, thank you. Radim Hrvat, Masaryk University, Faculty of Law, the Czech Republic. I'd like to ask about the Panorama exception. It's an interesting topic to me. My question is simple. Did you analyze some of the various cases from the member states, how this exception is interpreted, especially some, let's say, very threshold or bizarre cases, like taking pictures from above on the basis of drones, for example? Or I read some German cases that it doesn't fall within this exception if someone takes a picture from the backyard of the house because only front part of the house is visible, so that's fine, but no one can sneak into the backyard of the house and take a picture of there. Did you cover these, tricky cases as well?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for this question. So perhaps I can just very briefly provide some information about our data collection and analysis method, because the thing is that to receive this data from EU member states, we are relying on our national experts from different countries. So in that case, we mainly asked about the provisions in their original language as well as their official English translations, and this is what we have been focusing on. But of course, our experts have also provided us with some case law, but we have collected this case law in the original language. So which means that, us, if we're not speaking the language of that specific EU member state, we didn't have a chance to go through the case law. But again, some of our experts have provided us with some brief descriptions about these cases, and indeed, there are quite interesting cases as well. There is one that I can recall from Greece, where actually the court decided that exactly the same as the German case. So basically, the press cannot jump over a fence or jump over a wall and then go and take a picture or reproduce or create an image of a publicly available work, or that is not even can be seen by the public without necessarily putting any additional effort. Or in another case, it was possible to make a picture of the front of the work, whereas the back side of the work wasn't visible to the public. So this is why, I mean, this was left, the back side of the same subject matter was actually left out of the scope of this exception. So there are quite interesting cases, but I mean, perhaps we must also know that some of those are quite old cases that also predate the adoption of the InfoSoc directive. So this is why we were also referring that some of these exceptions have to catch up with the digital agenda of the EU, as well as they have to catch up with the needs and expectations of the digital era. I hope this answers to your question.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I would recommend to switch from freedom of Panorama to freedom of coffee break. So this is probably the right time to finish here, and I would recommend to convene again in 30 minutes, so 15 past 11, and let's continue with the GLAM questions after that. Thank you.
Do you want to keep the slides?
Well, I don't need to share it anywhere else,
Okay.
so it's not obligatory to give it to us.
Okay. the picture is for... Sorry. Come. Okay, good morning again, everyone. We can resume right now with the second sessions related to GLAMs at home. We are going to have 3 presentations in a row right now, and we will start with a presentation focusing on access to culture and the out-of-commerce works, so a focus on Article 8 of the Digital Single Market Directive. Our first speaker is Svetlana Ivanovic from the University of Sarajevo, where she is assistant professor in IP law. Svetlana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to be here today. I want to thank Professor Mezei for inviting me. It's my first time here, and it's my first time in Szeged, and I hope it wouldn't be the last. The title of my presentation is Digitization of Cultural Heritage, Access to Out-of-Commerce Works. Digitization is a process of converting information into digital form in order to preserve the digitized content for the future generations and enable access to these works. Cultural heritage institutions like libraries, museums, archives, and other institutions conduct digitization in order to preserve content from physical deterioration, as well as adapt to modern technology and provide access to their collections via the internet. Their focus is on older materials, which would not otherwise be accessible. Digitization involves the reproduction of copyrighted works, making copies of works, and also communication to the public if the digitized content is made available to the public. Therefore, copyright protection is often regarded as an obstacle to the digitization process. Directive on copyright and related rights in the digital single market prescribes few rules which are relevant for digitization of cultural heritage. Firstly, Article 6 of the DSM Directive prescribes an exception for preservation of cultural heritage. Cultural heritage institutions are allowed to make copies of any works or other subject matter that are permanently in their collections for purposes of preservation of such works or other subject matter. Apart from exception provided for preservation of cultural heritage, Directive provides special rules to the out-of-commerce works. Out-of-commerce works are works that are still protected by copyright but are no longer commercially available. In the past, we used the term out of print, but nowadays there are also electronic channels of commerce. Books can be available in electronic forms, so we use the term out of commerce. A work or other subject matter is deemed to be out of commerce when it can be presumed in good faith that the whole work is not available to the public through customary channels of commerce, after a reasonable effort has been made to determine whether it is available to the public. That is Article 8, Paragraph 5 of DSM Directive. The question is how copyright work may become commercially unavailable. For example, the right holder decides not to publish new editions or to sell copies through the customary channels of commerce. Also, the right holder begins to sell an updated version of work, like video games. there is also a possibility that works were never intended for commercial use, or they have never been exploited commercially. That also depends on type of work. Books, music, and films are mainly intended for commercial purposes, and other works like paintings, drawings, or visual artworks may not be initially in commerce. Cultural heritage institutions need to determine whether a work has been available to the public through customary channels of commerce. In other words, they have to make reasonable effort to determine whether the work is out of commerce. On the other hand, Directive on certain permitted uses of orphan works provides that cultural heritage institutions should carry out a diligent search in respect of each work or other protected subject matter in order to establish whether a work is an orphan work. It is obvious that reasonable effort requirement for out-of-commerce works is lower threshold than the diligent search requirement for orphan works. As a rule, out-of-commerce works are all books, audiovisual works, sound recordings, works of arts, or other subject matter that cannot be found in commercial channels, or they are not currently the subject of publication. In that circumstances, finding right holders, negotiating and obtaining license to use works can be very difficult and can slow down the process of digitization. Due to the fact that requiring copyright permission from each individual owner would be very difficult, Article 8 of DSM Directive provides two possible options for cultural heritage institutions. The first option is to agree a non-exclusive license for non-commercial purposes with representative collective management organization, which extends beyond the works the organization represents. That is, works created by copyright holders who have not mandated the organization to represent them. Additional conditions are that the collective management organization is sufficiently representative of right holders in the relevant type of works or other subject matter and of the rights that are the subject of the license, and that all right holders are guaranteed equal treatment in relation to the terms of the license. The second option is a mandatory copyright exception, where cultural heritage institutions can make available out-of-commerce works or other subject matter that are permanently in their collection for non-commercial purposes without concluding a license, provided that there is no sufficiently representative collective management organization. This option requires that the name of the author is indicated unless this turns out to be impossible, and that cultural heritage institutions only make the out-of-commerce works available on non-commercial websites. Member states may choose a specific type of licensing mechanism in relation to out-of-commerce works. One of them is the extended collective licensing scheme that has already been implemented in national legislation in some member states. Another option is presumption of representation, in which right holders are legally presumed to have chosen to be represented by relevant collecting society. It is assumed that the relevant organization represents the right holders in that particular field, and therefore may grant blanket licenses to users, which extends to all right holders, even those who have not explicitly mandated the organization. Extended collective licensing enables the user to negotiate with the collective management organization for a license on behalf of right holders. The right holders of a particular category have granted the collective management organization authorization to collectively manage and negotiate the licenses. They require a high level of membership from that specific group of right holders. Extended collective licensing schemes extend the license granted by organization to a user to include works that the organization does not manage. The key issue for the legitimacy of the licensing mechanism is that collective organizations must be sufficiently representative. Member states should decide what is necessary for organization to be considered sufficiently representative. According to Directive, they should take into account the category of rights managed by the organization, the ability of the organization to manage the rights effectively, the creative sector in which it operates, and whether the organization covers a significant number of right holders in the relevant type of works who have given a mandate allowing the licensing of the relevant type of use. This is recital 48 of the DSM Directive. There are no precise criteria for the assessment of the representativeness of collective management organization, but that should be organization which has significant number of right holders or most members within a certain area. The right holders may use opt-out mechanism and exclude their works or other subject matter from the licensing mechanism or from application of the exception at any time. This possibility raises a number of issues. Right holders have to be aware of using their works, especially if they want to restrict it. On the other hand, there is always risk for cultural or heritage institutions that conducted the digitization process if right holders wish to opt out. Some authors point out that the extended collective licensing with the possibility of opt-out functions as a presumption of transfer of rights to the collective management organization. Opt-out mechanism provides the means for right holders to withdraw their rights from organizations and put works in commerce. That is partially in line with the earlier case law of Court of Justice of the European Union. In the judgment Solier and Duke, preventive nature of copyright was emphasized in order to rule out the opt-out mechanism of the French law on out-of-commerce works. Implicit consent of the author as a possible legal basis for use of work is accepted in Directive. According to the decision, the circumstances in which implicit consent can be admitted must be strictly defined, and every author must be actually informed of the future use of his work by a third party and the means at his disposal to prohibit it if he so wishes. But Directive's approach on this issue is much more flexible. Article 10 provides publicity measures, information for the purposes of the identification of the out-of-commerce works covered by a license or exception, information about the options available to right holders, as well as information about the parties to the license, the territories covered and the uses shall be made permanently, easily and effectively accessible on a public single online portal managed by the EU Intellectual Property Office. Extended collective licensing and also opt-out mechanism may be deemed contrary to the monopolistic and exclusive nature of copyright. That mechanism may pose limitation to the rights, but it can be useful and sometimes the only solution if there are difficulties in finding right holders. Where there is no collective management organization for a certain type of work, or where organization is not sufficiently representative, cultural or heritage institutions can make works available to the public under harmonized exception and limitation. And finally, to conclude, the legal mechanism established for out-of-commerce works introduced by Copyright Directive on Digital Single Market is response to mass digitization of works which are part of cultural heritage. The question is whether a similar mechanism could be established for other forms of the digital use of protected works. Copyright cannot be enforced and efficiently protected in the digital environment, and therefore extended collective licensing and certain forms of limitations and exceptions could be a solution in circumstances where we can not enforce rights effectively, especially for digital uses of copyright protected works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Svetlana, for this exhaustive presentation of such a complex clause, and also for having provided a context to that. Article 8 is complex enough. yeah, it's still working. It's complex enough, but you still need to connect it to other articles like Article 10 or Recital 48. But also, I really appreciated how you give an historical context. You know, think about the once upon a time out of print work in the early 2000s, and then we had to wait for like 12 years for the Orphan Work Directive, then 4 additional years for the Soulier case, and then eventually back in 2019 we had this clause. So this is just an evidence about how complicated the regulation, the regulatory intervention may be, but it's extremely essential in this field, because I had the chance to follow Maurizio Borghi's presentation last month in Rome, and it was having some data about how many out-of-commerce works we have. Are out-of-commerce related rules facilitating the accessibility, the inclusivity of the for the access to culture, or maybe should we need an even broader clause to cover all the cultural heritage and not just the cultural heritage institutions material? That's probably for the discussion a little bit later. But now we have with us, ready? We have with us Francisco Duque Lima, who is a researcher at the CTIP KU Leuven, and is going to follow up on out-of-commerce works, but in a different perspective. And more precisely, he's going to talk about vintage video games and IP protection. Francisco, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Peter, and thank you, Istvan, for the invitation for the organization. Thank you, Cristiano, for not butchering my long name and for the introduction. And to the remaining panelists, thank you very much for being here. So, my name is Francisco. I work for the KU Leuven Center for IT and IP Law, and I'm involved with the Indices Project, one of the co-organizers of this workshop here. Essentially, we also do research on cultural heritage and copyright, especially my work package, which is work package 2. And today I will be talking about a specific subject matter, which is abandonware. This is abandoned gaming, or at least software in a more broad definition. So to get it started, I want to start with a case scenario. So this is John, and this is his son, John Jr., okay? John Jr. has recently become involved in gaming, as many youth do, and apart from the great hit Fortnite, apparently he's been playing a game that, if you're from the 90s or the 2000s, you're acquainted with, which is Sid Meier's Civilization. John is absolutely ecstatic about this, right? Because he used to play this in 1991, so he wants to show his old game to his son. He goes into his attic and he finds an old diskette, and he's like, wow, I can finally show this to my son. My Atari ST even works, everything's okay, except it doesn't. So the game is not compatible, he calls the number on the diskette, and they don't take it. Trust me, I called the number just for this segment, so they don't take the call. So he goes to a little bit more research, and he finds out that the game has been acquired 6 times, filed for bankruptcy another 4, so stuff is in a muddy terrain right now. So he calls the now acquirer of the initial developer, and they tell him, man, it's been so long, like, of course we don't have a copy for you. So now John is faced with a copyright morality, quote-unquote, problem. So he can either buy a copy, an original one, for $250 on eBay. He can go all the way to a museum somewhere and see if they have a copy and see if they will allow him to play that copy, or he can just Google search and play that online, right? But John knows this is a copyrighted work. We also do know which option John picked, right? So this is the problem with abandonware. Abandonware is essentially, well, considering video game as cultural heritage, it has a very short lifetime due to, well, the decay of the object, the fact that, well, whole hardware also gets extremely old with time. And we identified all these issues in the case study. But when you look at what you can do about this and what John can do, you're taken to this is piracy, this is hacking. Oh, sorry, my pointer has gone a little crazy. Wait, sorry. Oh, oops. I think this is fine now, right? Yeah. Sorry, I was on a roll. Okay, so when you're faced with all the issues from our case study, you are faced with this is piracy, this is hacking, this is illegal problem, right? So today we will be going through 6 main points. We will define abandonware. We will investigate how institutions and individuals engage in the preservation. One of the techniques for that is emulation, which has a lot of copyright implications, especially with the circumvention of technical protection measures. We will then understand how the out-of-commerce works regime helps on this and get some key takeaways for the future. So, as I've mentioned, abandonware is essentially, well, software that's been abandoned. This occurs mainly because, first of all, the medium that it's placed in is has an extremely low life expectancy. There's material decay of the plastics. There's also a thing called bit rot, in which the material inside of the diskettes or the disks will, well, succumb to entropy. And essentially, there's also the problem with the hardware that can read them. So getting the games into a stable media is only half the problem. You also have to have the consoles that can read them. There's also commercials interests involved, right? So if you're just patching old games, you're never selling anything. So essentially having an obsolete game from time to time will get you to sell new ones. And this is also, oh, I'm sorry. I will just use my computer for this. Okay, there's also a great event in the 1980s that is the Great Game Crash, in which a lot of developers went to bankruptcy and they just threw a code away. So essentially it's very hard to find old copies of source code, and also the games that are stuck in your attic just decaying are just losing and eventually disappearing, right? In terms of the legal perspective, there's ownership disputes, a lot of problems with the acquisitions of companies and the developers that transition from a company to another. There's a problem about not knowing who the owner is, and there's a thing that I like to call copyright attachment. So even if companies are not exploiting their IP, they are simply just attached to the fact that they can, and so they will not allow the public or anyone else to do. So it's kind of, I would say, ironic that a company that is constantly removing digital storefronts and making articles unavailable to the public is also the one cracking down on the efforts of the community to keep them available. Kind of remembers you of a certain fable of a miser that buried gold so that no one can use it poor, right? So, moving on. The only way to counter this is, of course, through preservation. From an institutional perspective, we divide preservation into 3 approaches. One about conserving the artifact, one about conserving the artifact as a tool, so allowing people to play it, and because it will eventually decay, you learn how to fix it, you learn how to patch it, and one based on the content itself. The one that I want to talk about is the third one, because it's the one that's most effective to keep the longevity of the article. There's 2 approaches to this, so how to conserve the content of a game. It's porting, in which you just convert the software from one platform to another, and emulation, which is simulating the environment of the old console to use it on a future system like a computer. So, you know, those kids playing Pokemon games in their phone, that's emulation. But there's a lot of actions involved with the emulation task that are essentially associated with piracy, like cracking. You've heard of cracking and ripping and all of this. So here's how we enter into this. Emulation, first of all, it's interesting to mention that the average life cycle of one software article, especially in the game scene, is 5 years, and that because computing power is also increasing in consoles. This means that emulators are only usually possible around the 4th year of the game's life cycle, so by the end of the commercial exploitation. And that it's essentially, and this will be an important point further on, developed by communities, developed by people in communities interested in preserving. Even though there's a small portion done by institutions, it's still done by people, okay? And by now you're thinking, well, where's the copyright in this? And well, we all know that copying source code and even decompiling will be 2 different copyright infringements, so specifically the reproduction or the adaptation of a work. The way that people kind of try to avoid this is through a thing called clean room technique, in which one developer will describe the function of code to other that hasn't looked at the code that will code it. It's a little weird, it works, but still there's one thing that we're missing. Even if you can provide for emulation of an old system through the clean room technique, you still have to read the games themselves, right? And this is only done through the circumvention of technical measures. Even if you're decompiling code legitimately, you can still be considered to be infringing on someone else's copyright, specifically the legitimate interests of the rights holder for economic exploitation, even if they're not exploiting the copyright, right? So, about circumvention, I will give you a quick rush through this. So, in 2001, we have the InfoSoc Directive. We are familiar with this. We are familiar with rights management, information, and their protection. And in the other side of the Atlantic, the MCA is now being amended to allow people to bypass technical restrictions in case the article is obsolete and is not accessible, right? So after this, we have the software directive, in which we say basically the same about technical protective measures. The Nintendo PC Box one, I'm not going to approach this case because I don't like it, and essentially they lay down a couple of requirements for proportionality of technical measures, but no definition on that, so we're stuck on the same loop. Then, in 2015, another amendment in the other side of the Atlantic, so that if you're stuck outside of a server, now institutions can make their own servers for games to keep running. So while we're still here battling and protecting technical protection measures, the US is there allowing people to bypass all of this in order to allow for an experience on the public side. Another, the MCA exception, that does exactly the same. And we reach 2019, where we have literal reversion finally. So what do we have in 2019? We already approached this. We have essentially Article 6 and Article 8, the most useful for this purpose. And I want to talk a little bit about these. So Article 6, we all know, or we already know what it's about. It's about allowing institutions to do copies of protected subject matter for preservation purposes. And Article 7, which override, says that the first, third, and fifth subparagraphs of Article 6 of the InfoSoc Directive applies. So this is their little labyrinthine approach to protection measures. This is what it says. Member states have to take appropriate measures to allow the beneficiaries of exceptions to benefit from their exceptions. So essentially, if you're supposed, Article 6, to be to reproduce a work, in this case, you can and not be hindered by a contract or by technical measures. So in this case, institutions can bypass that just for the reproduction, right? But how do they make it available to the public? We already had spoilers earlier with Article 8, so I will not bother you with this one. We already know that can use out-of-commerce that are in their collections to reproduce, distribute, or make them available in the public in their non-commercial websites, right? I can skip this entire slide because we already had a great explanation on how it works. So I will bring you some main concerns and how does this apply to the case at hand, to abandonware. So are these things that we're talking about even included in the scope? This has been a conversation that has been going for a while with orphan works. People would say, no, it's only audiovisual works, so it's movies and songs. Don't bother. The category is there in the platform, so at least they've done this for us this time. The second question is, well, as we have explained earlier, or as my colleague has explained earlier, the first licensing mechanism needs collective management organization representativity, right? But are there even CMOs for developers and game publishers? The short answer is no, which is a bad thing because you're losing one mechanism. The good side is that you can still rely on the exception. Part 3 is, well, most of these are made in the US and they're imported, so how can they display them, right? This only considers, or this only concerns works done in European member states. Well, that's true and it is also not, right? Because if the company has a HQ in the European Union space, they can still benefit from this. And even if the CMO considers itself to be sufficiently representative, the CMO that doesn't exist, so we have a problem here, they can also, this can also apply. And the last question, if the publishers have been so protective of their copyright, if they're cracking down on emulation and all of this, how do you know they won't just use the opt-out mechanism every time that a CHI just makes their products available? And this is, I think, the hardest question of the day, because on one side, copyright attachment can lead to this. On the other, I think that copyright attachment really depends on the fact that they view everything as piracy, and using a legitimate institution to do this cannot be considered piracy in the company's eyes, right? So maybe John and John Jr. can play the game, and there's still a few remarks I want to make. I know I'm done with time. This is Peter right now looking at me, but it will be slide. So, okay, perfect. So the key takeaways from this. I have a few remarks on how this can be improved. The out-of-commerce works framework is great for this, and I hope something will come out of it. But there's some things that we should include in the debate for the future. The first one is you're not using your source code if you're retiring articles from the market. Make them available so that people can learn how you did things and can use it for their own development purposes. The second one is there's legal deposits for a lot of works, so why are you not depositing source code, or at least the articles, when you are introducing them in the market? The third one is, this is a conversation that's happening all the time in the US, and we should have it here, affiliate archivists. As I mentioned, the community is one of the big parts of this conservation task, and they have developed the resources in their grassroots mission status to individuals so that they can continue their tasks, or at least collaborate with institutions. Get some good exposure from it. Someone will do if you don't, so don't bury your gold, maybe make it available on the internet. The fifth one is we need to talk about copyright term eventually, right? Because we know how it works, and it's been a long discussion, and it's been changed many times. But if you have a life expectancy of 5 years and no economic exploitation afterwards, but still deprive the public from having access to your resources, is the term really balanced in this case? And my last remark is, if you're cracking down on circumvention, even if it's just for research purposes, or even if it's for all of we just mentioned, the provision only says that member states have to create some kind of structure for you to benefit from your exception. But this is not mandated, or at least set down anywhere, or this is not developed anywhere. So we also need to have a talk on this and to kind of balance out technical protection measures. So I'm closing off my presentation with a small quote, which says, not providing commercial access is understandable, but preventing institutional work to present these titles is actively destructive to video game history, and in my sense, cultural heritage in general. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco. You closed perfectly on time. So. Thanks for these very rich presentations that once again enlightened how difficult to understand legal rules might be. And in addition to the challenges of understanding legal rules, we also have the resistance of technical aspects, of cultural behaviors, and also of logistic aspects. One of the things that emerged from this presentation is that preservation is challenging, but again, if we focus just on preservation and not on access, dynamic access or disseminations, in any case, it's going to be very hard to enable the access of cultural heritage. And another very broad remark related to the first part of your presentation is when you were referring to the morality of copyright, when things are too complicated, what do? Do I leave or do I infringe? Yeah, that has to do with the social value of legal rules, which is something that is extremely essential and crucial nowadays more than ever. Thank you again. So according to the program, there should be now a presentation again on video game, on different aspects of video game, but the presentation is not going to take place. It's going to be available online, so it's going to be a virtual presentation. You're going to enjoy it a little bit later. So we are going to switch to the very last presentation of the morning. We are going to switch to Abandonware, who is researcher at the Jagiellonian University, and we are going to slightly change the topic. We are going to focus on critical editions, how to protect them, and also this very exotic thing, which are first editions. Bodan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I have to say, after Francisco's presentation, I was John once, and it was tough. But getting back to my obscure topic, so the forgotten rights that I mentioned in the title are two rights that refer to the so-called first editions, or first publications of works in the public domain, and scientific and critical editions. I call them forgotten because when I was writing my PhD about them, whenever I told people what I was writing about, the usual response was, what? So if that was your first reaction, I don't blame you. But so if they are forgotten, if we say, what? Why should we care? I think there are at least two good reasons why we should care a little bit about these objects of IP rights. First of all, what we are dealing with here are two rights that were specifically designed to take something away from the public domain. That's not by accident, that's by purpose. And secondly, even though they were applied only very rarely, if it happened in connection with an important cultural object. So a couple of examples. In Germany, there was a case involving the Nebra sky disk, which, as far as I know, is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, depiction of the night sky. It was entered into the UNESCO Memory of the World Register a couple of years ago. There's also a case about an opera by Antonio Vivaldi, which was deemed to be lost, and then copies of the notes were found in the early 21st century. There were cases about a very optimistic guy called Arthur Schopenhauer and an edition of his collected works. And outside the EU, we had perhaps the most famous case about editions as such, the Dead Sea Scroll case that was decided in Israel. And in all of these cases, this is just a small sample, but in all of these cases, we had something that was in the public domain and somebody tried to take it away from there. So how can such stuff fall out of the public domain? In the EU, first of all, we need to turn to Article 4 of the term Directive. So essentially anyone who publishes for the first time or communicates to the public a work that is in the public domain and is unpublished, whoever does it, no originality requirement, no substantial investment requirement, whoever is the first to do it receives protection essentially equal to economic copyright for 25 years. So this right was introduced in the early 1990s. The idea was to incentivize making such works available to the public. Back then, perhaps there was some reason behind it because it wasn't so easy to digitize and make works available to the public. Right now, it's slightly more questionable, perhaps. How was it applied in practice? So the Nebra case. The Nebra sky disk was decided by a German court, and the disk was probably an object of religious cult about 4,000 years ago or so, but the German court considered it to be an unpublished work. The disk was unearthed by quote-unquote unofficial archaeologists and then recovered by the German federal state of Saxony-Anhalt, and copies of the depiction of this disc were distributed among journalists who were present during a press conference. And according to the court, that was enough to be a publication. So the federal state of Saxony-Anhalt received the exclusive right for 25 years. Ironically enough, it helped them prevent a trademark with the depiction of the disc from being registered by another German municipality. In the Moctezuma case, there was a problem of whether the opera was a published work when it was rediscovered recently. And the court found that if we go back to the 18th century when the opera premiered originally, copies were distributed among musicians and were stored in the opera house. So this, according to the court, even though it happened in 17-something, amounted to publication, so no exclusive right could be granted. Now, does anything change after the CDSM directive? We all know Article 14, and we all know its origin. It was about non-original photographs. Does it happen to alter at all the situation with first editions? So this doesn't seem to be very much a focus of, I think, any European country that is discussing the implementation of Article 14. But there are no formal obstacles to take it into consideration because the CDSM directive essentially says that it leaves intact some of the other copyright acquis, but not the term directive in general. So the term directive is not mentioned in Article 1, Section 2. Can a work of visual art be an object of the exclusive right from Article 4? Well, the Nebra case speaks for itself, and if we interpret the notion of work of visual arts broadly, as I agree we should, then again, we have no obstacle. So my humble proposal is that we should take Article 14 into account when we decide if something dug out from the ground after millennia can be protected by this Article 4 of the term directive right. We could have a problem with a mixed work which contains text and, for example, illustration, but in such a case, of course, this exemption would only apply selectively to the visual parts, not to the textual parts. Now, on to the scientific and critical editions, and I have to make one distinction at the very beginning. I am not going to talk here about, for example, reconstructions of works, of artworks, of architectural works. What I'm going to talk about instead are what I like to call the unsung heroes of social sciences, like history and of humanities in general. So usually scientific editions and critical editions involve textual works, literary works, historical sources, sometimes music, only exceptionally rarely such editions involve visual arts. And the problem here is that, well, the original carriers, the original copies are often unavailable because they simply don't exist anymore. That doesn't mean that we don't have access to such old works, because other copies, prints, could have and usually have survived. However, such later copies, prints, can contain errors, mistakes that could have been introduced deliberately, for example, if in the case of censorship, or most probably they have been inserted only inadvertently, for example, when we have a scribe or a typesetter make a silly mistake when rewriting, copying, when making the copy. And the issue here is that one of the primary purposes of such editions is to make available the work in a form that should be as close to the original as possible. And it requires considerable effort, knowledge, and skill to prepare such an edition. The editors will have to consult, compare various sources. Of course, they cannot consult the author to figure out what was originally written. So what they do is make what they call conjectures. A conjecture is essentially an educated guess, you could say. The editor will argue that the word or the phrase that should be inserted in a place where a mistake was introduced is the correct one, but honestly, they are never sure if they are really if this is really the right decision. So how can that be protected? In Article 5 of the term directive, there is an optional neighboring right to critical editions and first editions, modeled after the German regulation from paragraph 70, I believe, of the German Copyright Act. However, this is only optional, with the protection capped at 30 years after the publication, and only a handful of European member states decided to implement it. We have it in Germany, the prototypical regulation. We have it in Italy, in Poland, in Estonia, Portugal, and Slovenia. I think I haven't missed anything. But let's agree that's not much. However, there is another elephant in the room, and that's copyright. What if these conjectures can be considered original enough that the entire edition of the text is going to be essentially a derivative work? So this is not unheard of. This is an excerpt from the case that was decided in the year 1990 by the German German Kammergericht. It involved the editions of Schopenhauer's works, and the court explicitly said that when the editor made decision about correcting the mistakes, it didn't only amount to the protection under the neighboring right to scientific editions, but it was original enough, according to the German then applicable standard of originality, to be protected by copyright. I like this decision because of how the court showed some of the back office of the editing work. For example, when the editor decided to replace the German word streben, that's, I believe, to strive or to try, with sterben, or to die, and told everyone that that Sterben was correct because it reflects Schopenhauer's pessimistic philosophy, and Streben doesn't really sound well in this context. Now, in the Israeli case, of course, this is not EU, but what I like to point out that here the editor, Professor Elisha Kimron, filled the missing gaps because the manuscript was physically damaged, and then the court he argued that he arrived at the correct version of the original manuscript, and then when his edition was published without his consent in a journal, he still asserted copyright. And the Israeli Supreme Court sided with him and said it's not only about the effort, it's not only about the sweat of the eyebrow, it is also about making decisions that are free, and he had to apply discretion, and since he had to apply discretion, there is room for copyright. Now, where do we stand with this? Essentially after CGEU did to all of us, so after the CGEU decided to define originality. Because you could argue that with the current standard of originality, the neighboring right from Article 5 of the term Directive has been silently interpreted out of existence, because if something is scientific or critical, it's also original. And again, people much wiser than me argue that this is exactly the point. For example, Professor Stamatodi and Professor Toremans in the latest commentary to the CDSM, they say exactly this. I humbly disagree. Why? Of course, there are parts of the editions that are undeniably capable of getting copyright protection. An edition will have an introduction of an afterword, some kind of essays, some kind of extensive commentary in the footnotes, and here we don't really have that much problem with originality. However, what about the conjectures? What about the amendments to the text? And if we take a closer look at how this works in practice, we need to first observe that the decisions, the choices that are made by editors are not completely free. They are limited, both in number and in quality. Why in number? Because there is a limited number of sources on which the editor can rely, and in quality, because each of these decisions has different arguments behind it. Arguments that rely on linguistics, on history, on the knowledge of, the general knowledge of the author's body of work. And here we come quite close to what you could call a scientific discovery, or more likely a social science theory, or figuring out what happened at some point in history. We don't protect arguments about historical facts under copyright, and I would argue that here we are dealing with a similar thing. So the idea-expression dichotomy applies, and the framework of the so-called European approach to merger developed in BSA and subsequent decisions, I think, should also be applicable here. The very fact that we have the right from Article 5 of the term Directive, I think, should serve as an argument that the legislator assumed that there is going to be need for such protection, but it doesn't have to, nor should it be copyright, because copyright simply lasts for too long. What we also know is that some theories that appeared in the literature before CDSM and before InfoPack are no longer valid. In the German literature, some scholars tried to figure out this problem by saying that if the editor wanted to reconstruct the original, then we have the neighboring right to scientific editions. If the editor wanted to do something new, then we have copyright. However, after Brompton, I don't think we really can take the editor's intentions into account anymore. So I'm not arguing that there is no room for copyright here. There are cases known that in which the editors essentially finished an unfinished work for the author without relying on any external sources, and here, of course, there is room for originality. What I'm trying to argue, and this is going to be the last sentence of my speech, what I'm trying to argue is that we shouldn't be hasty about granting copyright protection, because that would be simply detrimental to social progress, as much as granting copyright to ideas in technical measures would be detrimental to technical progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bohdan, for this very inspiring thoughts. Basically, you know, what Bohdan enlightened is that we started from a control-based paradigm, but that was in the 90s. Then things change, and we are now in the third decade of the 2000s, and we now have Article 14. So one of the main challenges in the future is to answer the question, how much room should we devote to creativity? How much room should we devote to say that creativity is there? How much room should we devote to the neighborhood right protection? And how much should we leave in the public domain in a way that is balanced and is not detrimental to the society interest including both economic and non-economic interest. And I think that there will be a lot to say in that, and overall, you know, the balance between what is gonna be shared, circulating very widely, and what is gonna remain under the protection, should it be from copyright, neighboring rights, or more broadly speaking, from other form of IP rights, is really gonna be the broad questions that we all have to face in upcoming years. In any case, I think that for the recreating projects, there's much more food for thought. And on a personal note, the fun thing is that Bohdan started his presentation by saying that these are the neglected rights. And yesterday we were having a conversation and actually say, oh, I'm actually researching on that. So going back to what Peter was saying this morning, this is the aim of this meeting is to be a workshop to establish connection, to, you know, to have a dialogue and exchange. And this is an evidence that it has already happened. Okay, so I now open the floor to questions and remarks. And we're perfectly on time, just to say. No questions, no remarks. Online, I don't know if there's something. Yes. Maybe the speakers want to come to the floor, to the stage, sorry, to answer. Or
Thank
just,
you. Sorry that I again ask a question. I'm sorry for that. As was already announced, as already told by Professor Borghi in the morning, I think that most people in the room will agree that copyright law is far from perfect at the moment. But we also all know that within the next decade or so, there will be no fundamental international changes as the DSM directive illustrates. However, the specific case presented by our last speaker, whose last name I will not try to pronounce at this point, showed that maybe it would be possible to change the incentive-based, the incentive system behind that specific topic of, call it copyright, call it neighboring rights, by maybe trying another system to stimulate people to comment on works, to recreate works, or to at least make works that are found available. But then I was wondering, what alternatives do we have? What do you think that would be viable alternatives to make sure that these works are made available in the end?
I'm very grateful for that question. It wasn't really a qualitative study, but I talked to a lot of editors when I was preparing my PhD, and they were surprised that they can have any protection at all. So they learned from me that there was a neighboring right designed specifically for them. So that kind of tells you how much incentive they got from the fact that this right existed in Poland. The works that the editions as such, as that we are describing here, well, very rarely, even though they may involve important cultural objects, they very rarely involve something that is commercially viable. So, at least from my knowledge of the Polish area of preparation of such editions, it's about public grants mostly. if you receive public money for research and for meticulously comparing, traveling from one country to another, getting digitized copies, and then spend hours trying to figure out which copy is the proper one, I don't think any exclusive right can serve here as a proper incentive. It's simply about public funding of the research, and the editors themselves, at least those with whom I talked, seemed more inclined to demand recognition from the moral rights point of view than getting exclusive rights modeled after the economic right. And ironically enough, neither the directive nor, for example, the Polish implementation or the German implementation or any other that I've heard says anything about, for example, so to speak, authorship of the edition. So that would be my answer. Is it also to me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm staying.
It relates to what you were just saying, and Marta and I were discussing that your talk will nicely flow into the broader open science discussion. Because especially the last thing you said about acknowledgement, the fact that people feel this more important than being credited economically, but rather morally, really is in line with this approach and the open science philosophy, which, since you are covering scientific works, should be definitely considered.
I think that this is both sides, the two sides, because one side, of course, are the editors themselves who deserve recognition. The other issue, also important from the scientific point of view, I could respond with an anecdote here. The very fact that I picked up this topic was because of my future wife, then girlfriend, who was studying textual criticism, and she asked me, how can it be that somebody put an edition of one of I think 16th century Polish works of literature, uploaded it to Wikipedia, but without recognizing the editor, so she wasn't allowed by her professor to use this edition in her assignment, because it was demanded from her that any edition used must be recognized, must be identified. So essentially, not recognizing moral rights can have, let's say, a larger public interest role, not only about the emotions of editors.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, thank you very much to all three presenters. Very, very nice panel. I have questions for the two last panelists. For Francisco, and I need to read the other name just to be sure, right? And Bodan, right? Yes. Thank you. So, Francisco, I found it very interesting that you raised the point on the morality of copyright. I mean, I am kind of a vintage gamer myself. The only games that I can play come from the 1990s. That's the most recent. I cannot really cope with nowadays games. I get completely lost and confused. And one of the games that I always wanted to play was the Cheetahman. It's probably labeled the worst game in history, right? Unfortunately, nonetheless, for all kinds of reasons that you mentioned in your presentation, I'm not able to play the Cheetahman because the company that made it kind of vanished right after they published the game. And nobody really knows who owns the software about it. And to be honest, I would have no moral dilemma myself. If a website were to make the game available, I would play it. Like I wouldn't worry of obtaining a legal copy, so to speak. And that is because I think that to a certain extent, sometimes many of these copyright laws might not make sense. But for me, I would like to take away back home is, according to your opinion, are there any mechanisms in current copyright law that would allow us to enjoy such games and such materials, and which these mechanisms would be? And the question for Bodan, I always have to confirm. I found it very interesting how you tried to, how you brought the idea, expression, dichotomy into the discussion about Article 5. And if possible, I would like you to elaborate a little bit further. How do you think it influences the interpretation of this article, especially in view of the fact that many commentators think that, in essence, Article 5 is trumped by the interpretation of originality given by the court?
All right, so I will begin by answering your question, and thank you very much for that. So your question perfectly validates the whole conundrum of the abandonware problem, right? And my short answer is no, there are no legal mechanisms to prevent that. That's why I'm suggesting them. But from a practical point of view, you've seen everything happening. You've seen people dumpster diving to get original cartridges that are being sent out by companies so they can extract source code so they can make it available. I mean, there's even that urban myth that Atari made the E.T. game, and the E.T. game was the worst game of all time, so this is my take on...
The Zitterman is worst, I completely
And that they buried it in a concrete parking lot, like 10 feet underground, and people thought, this is a joke. And someone went there to bury, and they were there. So we now have access to that, thanks to that effort. And honestly, there's nothing on that, because first of all, the company is entitled to do whatever they want with their IP, right? They're the developers, and if they go into failure or bankruptcy and they have no exit clauses for who has the IP after that, or there's no acquisition, you're stuck in a loophole. And that's the whole point for me of either deposit measures so that institutions can have copies and then they can make them available even if it is now an orphan work. And for the entire point of making works available when you're retiring, which is easy for if you're working with open repositories in the 21st century, right? So, unfortunately, my answer to you is there's nothing, there's suggestions on the table.
So ISIL still using all kinds of shady websites to download all kinds of shady versions, that's what...
I mean, you can look for the metadata online to see if an institution has a copy of that and if they're willing to digitize it and make it available, and in 7 years you might have your game, or you can just go to Google, right? So that's the problem.
Yeah, but you know, I'm getting older and older, 7 years is
I do get that.
But a question, on developing a solution, do you think that at some point the reasonable expectations of old school gamers like myself shall be taken into account eventually? Because the current regime as it currently exists, it perfectly represents, of course, the legitimate expectations of those that create the games and the software. But at the other end of the spectrum, there are people that want to play the games, and they can't.
Well, thankfully, the expectations of old school gamers like you and Bodan have been neglected for a while, and now people are starting to realize, well, this stuff is culture, this stuff represents that specific mindset of that specific time, this is a cultural asset, right? And institutions are getting more invested, and they will eventually start pressing on that subject. For now, I would say we're all getting older, and we're all kind of tired of waiting for that. You can see some discourse around it, specifically in the fact that, well, the out-of-commerce works provision included video game as a category, which is a first in the European copyright landscape, because the only other thing that you have is the Nintendo decision, and honestly, it's kind of bad. So, I don't know. I think people are starting to become aware of this as subject matter in itself, and they are becoming, it's becoming a discussion. I wouldn't say that it's going to be solved soon. There's some hints that in the next 2 or 3 years you will have some kind of decision on that, because there's a certain case lodged in the Court of Justice. But I mean, that's all conversation, right? For now, there's nothing. So that's my sad answer for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
My turn. So while we are still on games, I must be a lucky guy because my favorite game from the 90s was made open source. But as for the question, your question enlightened me because it means that I wasn't precise enough. I wasn't trying to really apply the idea-expression dichotomy to Article 5. I was trying to apply it to counter this notion that the modern version of originality trumps Article 5. I believe that protection under Article 5 can be granted to some extent for the effort that isn't original, and the question is if the person who prepares the edition is following, broadly speaking, sound methodological practices. So this is a completely different angle, which I don't think really leaves that much room for applying idea expression in terms of Article 5. So I hope that clears it a little bit. Christiana, while I'm here, may I use the mic to ask a question to Francisco?
Yes.
Thank you. So I was wondering, when I was reading Article 6 of the CDSM, it essentially only mentions the exceptions to the reproduction right and for preservation purposes. A question that has been bothering me and I have no idea how to solve it. Okay, let's say the institution can make copies, like backup copies of a video game to preserve it. But if there is a researcher in this institution who wants to run the game and play the game, in other words, reproduce the game temporarily for preservation purposes, does it make sense, or is it no longer preservation?
So that's an interesting one, and we could spend a lot of time on that. But I think what you're touching on is something that I defend, which is the fact that while you can make reproductions of works like books or images, and the reproduction itself is also the work, there's interactive works that necessarily need the interactive function to exist. So this is a thing that has its own copyright implications. To be honest with you, a reproduction in this sense would have to entail not only visual assets and sound assets or whatever, but code itself, and you can only know if code is properly reproduced by compiling it and running it, right? So I assume this is a necessary act for the preservation task. However, you will never know unless someone goes outside to discuss this, well, in court, right? Because this is not defined anywhere, and while I personally consider that to be an essential act for the process of reproduction, because otherwise, you will get a decaying copy and you will then realize when you're finally running it that you did a bad job. So you need that for the reproduction task. That would be my answer to your question.
If I may quickly add on that, I totally share the point of Francisco also, because I think that the key of Article 6 is to avoid going out of the premises. But as long as you stay in the premises, there is some tolerance to have an accessibility to a communication which is closely connected to reproductions. Is there any other questions? Otherwise, I would have one for Svetlana.
Excuse me if I may intrude in your conversation.
Yes.
Maurizio, is that you? We don't see you, but a voice is coming from the floor.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, no, thank you very much for both panels of this morning. They were both fantastic, and I took a lot of notes, and I have comments and questions. But I would limit myself now to one point that connects to what has been just said, and is the following: is the fact that in the new DSM directive, in fact, there are interesting exceptions, and the out-of-commerce, Article 8 out-of-commerce is certainly one of these, which are quite surprisingly broad and surprisingly, in a way, revolutionary, okay, in copyright. But the limit is that this exception and licensing mechanism is only limited to certain categories of users, namely cultural institutions, and the same also applies to the text and data mining exception. So, which sort of limits probably the freedom of individual users, like in the examples that were made before of video games and the abandonment of video games. So my question is for Svetlana. I appreciated very much your presentation on Article 8. Of whether do you consider this to be a limit? How significant is this limitation to cultural institutions and not to individuals to make use of out-of-commerce works?
You can hear me? Oh. Well, thank you for your question. I think that the concept of exception and limitation on is very important, and especially for not just individual users, but also cultural heritage institutions. But I think that could be the way for the future. Maybe in not just in out-of-commerce works, but for out-of-commerce works, but for digitization at all. Maybe that could be the way. That's just my thinking, but I come from a country, I'm not from European Union, I come from country, my country doesn't have, our copyright law is not yet harmonized with the EU laws, and that's something we don't have in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But in the future, I think that we should generally in copyright, maybe the future is not on insisting on that exclusivity. It's important in digital environment. We cannot enforce, at least in my country, we have big problems with enforcing intellectual property rights at all, and enforcing copyright, especially in digital environment. And it's very difficult. I think that also that we have intermediaries. Their roles is also they are also very important for that enforcing of rights. We should maybe the future should be different, and we should insist on maybe not. We should not insist on exclusivity of that right, but maybe for any kind of exception or limitation, or if we cannot enforce right in a proper way, that can be signal to make some changes. And that's something that I wanted to say about and out-of-commerce works, and also all kind of works, and also digitization, process of digitization. Maybe we should not insist on that exclusivity in the future.
Yeah, thanks, Svetlana. And by the way, well, the limits that Maurizio was mentioning related to the out-of-commerce works are the same that we have for the orphan works directive, because the limits are just, the beneficiaries are just the cultural heritage institutions. But as we said before, the cultural heritage is much broader than that. And my question that I wanted to ask you before was exactly about the Bosnia situation, or the Bosnia approach to that. There's a question from you too for Bodan and Francisco, which refers to your research related to the presentation that you just had. So the question is there anything already written and published? And if so, could you kindly share it? And we are all takers, I think, even in Polish. It's fine.
All right, so there is a book in Polish, unfortunately, only, but I'm working on something in English, so hopefully when I get my together and finish it, it's going to be available sooner than later.
So there's a book. It's an American book, so it's mostly centered around the MCA, but it has a small European chapter on that. And honestly, you can also read my paper on this, which is coming soon, and that's a good resource, I'd say, for my own presentation. That's what it's based on. Other than that, there's one old paper from 2012, so it's not DSM updated yet, but it already made some very accurate predictions, honestly. So those are the things that I could recommend as resources.
Okay, so it's 12:31. Because we were so passionate about the discussion that we couldn't leave it punctual, but I think that we managed the time very appropriately. I personally learned that so much. So I do not regret at all to have taken a train, a plane, a bus, a train to come here. I really appreciated any single presentation. Thanks again, Peter, for this amazing organization. I think that we are now free. Thanks also for to the people online that asked questions, and a big thanks to Maurizio as well. We now have time for lunch. We're going to resume at 1:30 here for the training. So if you haven't read the documents that Peter shared, please do that now. Thank you.
Very hot right now. This room is very hot. Okay, I'll pack my stuff.
Thank you. All right, we can start the training session. Thank you all for being here. So after this morning session, this legal training session is going to be even more exciting, I promise. We love challenges, have you know now, in our two projects, and we are trying to put together even two different approaches to training. In the first hour, you will be trained by Peter and Joanna on NTF, and they will do it by presenting and discussing a number of questions. So you are encouraged to interact with this question, and perhaps if there is more time, you can pose your own question afterwards. With their training, we will dive you into the technical part of our project, and they will be using the Open Observatory, a platform designed by Indices. And Marta will also tell you more about our own platform, but for the purpose of this training, you will be using only the Indices platform. I really hope that you will enjoy this part, because they have been practicing a lot on this. But Francisco will explain in details how this will work operationally, so don't worry about that. I think that it's better if Peter and Joanna start with their own session now, and you have 1 hour, no more.
Guys, it's wonderful to hear that they practiced a lot. We'll see how we will end up here, because I think it's not enough to emphasize how hard and big challenge it is to train by actual lecturers and researchers. We are not trainers. Training means a little bit different than what we usually do. But we tried to put together something very fascinating to us, and we believe that you will also find it interesting as well. I hope technology will help us a lot throughout the day, because we are planning to do quite a lot, different types of trainings actually. Here is a storyboard for today's event. As you might see, there are multiple steps in the following 1 hour. We will start with a survey. You have already received the surveys, it's on your table. There's no obligation to fill out, but you could help us in our research, and you could also test your knowledge on NFTs. We will start with this survey, and as you see it in the screen, we will start with the section A, which is practically almost the whole survey. Then we will continue with a video. Whatever silly it sounds, we will show you something instead of us, because we believe there is something very useful on YouTube that we want to share with you. There are quite a lot. Hey, Simon, just take it. That's it. After the video, we are going to raise multiple NFT and copyright-related questions. That will be the part where we will need you to orally contribute to our session. We will lead you, but you have the total freedom to raise your own individual questions as well. After that comes the most important part of the session, because you can compete, you can win. Actually, we are going to take a Kahoot quiz, not that many questions, actually 7 questions, from which only 4 questions will mean points to you. But the best male will receive a wonderful red wine from my own collection, and the best female will get a wonderful white wine from my own white collection. And they are on the table, so there's no surprise. I brought them here, luckily. I didn't forget them. So please log into Wi-Fi, use Wi-Fi, get your mobile or laptop ready, because when we get to Kahoot, you will have to log in to a very basic website, kahoot.it, and there you will see the PIN number of the quiz, and you will have time to fill out the quiz. And again, the winner takes the wine. And finally, we will get to the very, very last point of the event, where you will have to self-evaluate yourself how much you developed with respect to NFTs. So this is the storyboard, and I hope you will enjoy the various types of training components. I know everyone is waiting for the wine, but you should wait a little bit until that point. So we would like to ask you to spend not more, I believe, than 2 minutes by filling out, okay, I see some have already started with this survey, but stop at section B, okay? Fill out only, please. Yeah, there should be. There is a lot. Okay, you need a pen? Yeah. Yeah, that's for the other part of the training. Yep. Guys, don't cheat. Don't ask questions. Sorry? No. Try to fill out at your best, with your best knowledge, actually. If you don't understand the question, the problem is yours, okay? Don't fear. But guys, you shouldn't fear. This is not an exam, okay? Don't take it too serious. Just okay, I see that more and more people finish with that. All right, I believe almost all of you are done, right? Ready? Go? Hopefully. Keep the paper until the end of the session, because you will have one tiny question at the very end on the bottom of the second page. So, in the next part, we would like to show you a video. Do it with purpose, because we believe this 4 minutes long video summarizes the whole NFT/museums issue very nicely. Please forgive us that this is a Fox News video, but it's still, I mean, quite useful.
Welcome back, 8:14 right now. So we are invited to explore the future of Seattle's first ever NFT museum. Here to talk about what to expect are the museum's co-creators, Jennifer Wong, Peter Hamilton. Thank you both for joining us so much.
Good morning, Liz.
Yes. All right.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm not even going to pretend like I understand what an NFT is. Can you just help me out and explain this to me?
Yes. Well, a non-fungible token is really a techie way of talking about the certificate of ownership, right? This certificate of ownership lives on the blockchain or on the internet, and everyone can see who owns this particular asset, whatever it might be. And we can apply these tokens to artwork. And it has really taken, especially the digital artwork world, by storm, because artists can now have a vehicle for monetizing and selling their art in a digital form to anyone in the world in any time.
And so when we talk about this NFT museum and digital art, I mean, what is that? What is the experience like for someone who walks? I mean, is it like a hard? It's like a building. It's a museum I walk into and I look at these. How does this work?
It is a physical space, so it's actually right in Belltown, 2 blocks north of Pike Place Markets. But anyone can come and visit. We're open from Thursday to Sunday. When you walk in, I'd say a cornerstone of the entire museum experience is education. So you'll see some permanent exhibitions focused on the education of NFT art, as well as blockchain and cryptocurrencies. And then we have specific sections that are dedicated to featuring Seattle artists. There's so much local talent here. We want to be able to feature artists that we all know today. So today we're actually featuring Neon Saltwater, Robbie Trevino, and then Charles Peterson in that section. And then in our 3 different platforms, we're also featuring world-known artists. Today, Blake Catherine is in our featured exhibition. And then we also have some sections to feature art from collectors as well.
Wow, okay. We're actually taking a look at some of the pictures of the inside of the museum, I believe. It looks, wow, okay. So some pretty cool images there.
Yeah, so you're seeing this digital art in a large format in what is a traditional museum environment, and that makes it just more accessible. You can really see the definition, the resolution of these just really incredibly elaborate images. And yeah, we think it's just a great way to introduce this medium to anyone that's interested.
I think you're right about that, because especially for people like me who need things kind of in a tangible sense to really wrap your brain around it. So it's really neat that we're seeing it in this regard. I mean, when it comes to NFTs, this has been a buzz phrase or sort of a buzz acronym recently. I mean, what do you think is the future for the NFT world?
Well, it's hard to say, and we're not experts and aren't trying to be. Really, we just want to start the conversation and build up a community here in Seattle of people that are interested both in the art and the technology. These tokens, so to speak, are really just their utility. They could be used to signify ownership or to execute various online contracts in many different ways. And you might see NFTs used in things like real estate or other kinds of contracts or other kinds of transactions in the future. It just happens to apply really, really well to digital art because of the needs of artists.
Yeah, and quickly here, if people want information, they want to find out where they can go, is there a website?
There is. You can simply go to seattlenftmuseum.com.
Okay. Perfect. Jennifer and Peter, appreciate it. And I always say this lovingly, but I appreciate you breaking this down in the Big Bird and Cookie Monster language for those of us who, aren't totally hip with that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
We welcome everyone. Yeah, please come visit us.
We'll do, for sure. Thank you.
All right. It was only 4 minutes, but I think the video has mentioned many of the buzzwords or keywords. We already heard the word buzz around NFTs. You heard tangible, monetizing assets, artwork, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and my favorite one, which was immediately reacted by Ioannis, when the guy said ownership about NFTs. Very interesting concept here, and we want to continue with a little bit of explanation and then examples and discussion with you. What is really an NFT? It sounds silly, but I'm quoting from a research I did together with a German colleague, Florian Edelberger, published in Internet Policy Review. We argued that this might be the definition of NFTs, but we have to say this is a working definition. There are no clear boundaries to it. What we have to highlight here is that it's blockchain. It's very important. It's something which is mentioned, but it's not cryptocurrency stuff. It's not the one like Bitcoin. It's a non-fungible type of blockchain issue, where the non-fungible nature means a lot, and probably the most important part of the whole issue, because it somehow means scarcity. It means there is one individual ID number, let's call it ID number, with respect to each and every the guy used artwork, but it's not necessarily only artwork. Content behind the metadata behind the link of the given token. So it's very important to understand that we are talking about first the blockchain environment that we will continue to discuss. Johanna will continue that. And second, that we personally believe that whatever people say and think on NFTs is certainly not about ownership of the artwork itself, or at least not typically about the ownership of the artwork itself. I pass the word now to Johanna, who is going to continue with blockchain questions.
Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone. Yes, moving on with the session. And before we move into the discussion about galleries and museums, I'd like us to have a look at blockchain technology's main characteristics and just think about potential benefits as well as issues that they may pose to copyright owners of NFTs of artworks. So here we have decentralization, which essentially means, as most of you already know, that on a blockchain network, there is no single controlling entity that authorizes transactions. And what this essentially means for artists is that essentially the artist is able to directly connect with buyers, so he can simply upload their NFT artwork on a dedicated NFT platform of their choice, for instance, OpenSea, and essentially they can pay just a very small fee and exhibit and sell their works directly without having to pay a large cut on an intermediary art seller, or without having to pay a large fee to a gallery that they would normally have to exhibit their artworks in real life. So, decentralization then is quite important for sharing art and just receiving a higher amount of money that you would normally have in the traditional art world. In terms of automated transactions and smart contracts, I'm guessing all of you already know what a smart contract is. So a smart contract is a set of predetermined instructions, and it can essentially be implemented within a blockchain network and trigger automatic blockchain transactions. So NFTs, well, the automated nature and the smart contracts make the potentially best use case of NFTs so far, which is the so-called resale royalty scheme. So what this essentially means is that an artist can pre-program a set of instructions and just say that with every sale or resale of my NFT, 10% of the sale will get directly paid to me. So in this way, they get remunerated for their artwork, and if the NFT increases exponentially in value, then they can get remunerated for that as well, infinitely. So that's really not the way it used to be for artists so far. Also, if we consider that digital scarcity is now possible, so that artists can monetize digital artworks. And in terms of transparency, well, this can help again with the enforcement of copyright owners' rights, as the resales and sales can be tracked and the resale royalty can be enforced. And of course, it performs the main blockchain function of being a register, and so the artwork, it acts as a proof of authenticity of the artwork that someone is buying, represented by the NFT. Now, in terms of potential issues, if we take a look at blockchain technology's immutability, does anyone have any ideas of how this may be problematic for NFT creators of art? Well, as I said before, the artists can upload their work on an NFT platform. However, as of now, NFT platforms do not validate the identities of people who want to mint works of art or any other type of content. So they're essentially anonymous. And there is also no way to authenticate that the content that they are minting is rightfully theirs. This creates a very big problem for copyright owners when they want to enforce their rights, as they cannot track potential infringements. This whole situation of anonymity or pseudonymity allows for the so-called false authorship situations. So I'm sure most of you must have already heard that people just mint NFTs of content of others without authorization and just sell it for profit. So what happens if the NFT owner of this content wants to enforce their rights? Before we move on to this discussion, I'd like to ask an open question. Does any of you think that minting is infringing copyright law? In other words, do you think that minting is the same as a restricted act or an exclusive right of a copyright owner? Can I see any hands? Does anyone think that it can amount to copyright infringement? Any hard yes? Unsure? Well, I see a hand. Thank you very much. So this is actually a highly contested area. There is no consensus yet, although some academics, including Professor Guadamus, have argued about this. And essentially, on the one hand, the NFT, the minting of an NFT cannot amount to reproduction or adaptation, simply because, as Peter earlier said, the contents of an NFT is metadata that link to a protected work, a potentially protected work. So all there is within the NFT's metadata is usually a link to the work, and this work is stored off-chain. So for it to be adaptation or reproduction, the NFT would have to be an embodied, but this is not the case, it's simply code. Now, there is a strong argument for communication to the public, minting as communication to the public, if we approach the link that is contained within the NFT's metadata as a hyperlink. So Svensson and the latest legal developments in this area pinpoint to this direction, although it is often the case that the servers where the content, the protected content is created, are very secure, so the public cannot easily access this content if they do not know some specific details, some specific NFT IDs to access the content. And it is also possible that the link may be broken so that the public cannot access the work. So yeah, this question is yet unanswered, but very interesting argument emerging so far. But if we think about the fact it does amount to communication to the public, how can someone enforce their rights when they cannot get the identity of the infringer? Essentially, it falls down to platform regulation. So copyright owners of NFTs of artworks can request the NFT platform to remove infringing listings. However, how prompt is this going to be? And what if a resale royalty scheme is implemented within the infringing NFT, and by the time they remove it, it has already been sold to someone and it's forever immutably recorded on the blockchain? Also, perhaps resell royalty. If they manage to resell it, they get remuneration. The infringer gets remuneration for someone else's work. So this results in the copyright owner not being able to get remunerated for their work, being unable to enforce the rights, and arguably moral rights of the author are affected too, because there is the right to preserve the integrity of the work even after a sale has been made. So my take on that would be for NFT platforms to take proactive steps and incorporate a procedure where they validate the identities of people who mint works, and also authenticate whether these people have any rights of the content they want to mint. Thank you.
Sorry, please, we need this one. So guys, you might believe you can remain silent, but no, from this point, you have to speak up. We have to take a rest. I mean, we need a drink or so. Quick question, 2 questions, we follow each other. First question, now that you heard the main NFT and blockchain introduction and the copyright issues as well, please try to apply it for the GLAM. Quick question, what do you think? What can be the potential effects of the NFT craze for the GLAM sector? We have identified a few points which we will show to you, but before doing so, we don't want to direct you. We don't want to put the words into your mouth. Please let us know, what do you believe? How can NFTs be applied by the GLAM sector or affect GLAM sector, NFTs, the GLAM sector? Please.
Perhaps provide some certainty in relation to visual arts work, for instance, and precisely referring to authenticity problems and attribution.
Immediately beautiful copyright concepts. Okay. Revenues, okay, well, it's all about the money, we know.
Yeah, revenues was one of the point. We're talking about, you know, glams, traditional glams, where you produce an NFT from something that is there, or on glams that are based on NFTs, like the examples that we have from Seattle. So if we take the first example, there's this temptation to get a lot of revenues. I think that the problem is that the revenue does not necessarily go to the GLAM, but goes to the person, subject that is minting the NFTs. That generally gets a big share.
Indeed, as you will see it very soon, there are some certain kind of best practices or experiences in this field. Any more ideas? Please.
Building a community.
Building a community, wonderful.
Promotion of art.
Promotion of art.
I mean, open access, enforcing contractual terms and licenses at some point downstream, if you're doing them in automated ways, if you're licensing and you have to verify the chain of attribution, for example. So.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Let's see what we have spotted, at least shortly. We have put emphasis on accessibility, collaborations, trading, so revenues as well, but also in point 3, curation of contents. It's not only about making money of the contents for your benefit, but you can also share contents with each other in digital format. And the hybrid landscape for the society, which is something which is very important for the modern generation. Next, financial questions. Do you believe it's something that the GLAM sector can afford, should afford? What resources should the GLAM sector rely on? And how should they use, well, let's say, the funding, I don't put any word there, the funding they have? Should they use money for NFT projects?
Take a wild guess on what I'm about to say. Again, it's a temptation. Should they do that? They really need to think about how to frame it contractual very carefully. And since we are talking about GLAM, so publicly funded subjects, probably the procedures to enter into contractual agreements, so the public procurement rules should be carefully followed, because there are some examples that comes from Italy where it's ambiguous about whether this had been exactly followed, and therefore the result of that, it's a non-balanced contractual provisions, which on the long run is just detrimental to the GLAMs.
I think it depends on what kind of transactions concerning NFTs we are talking about, because most of the NFT trade right now is, I would argue, speculative trading, and it's quite doubtful whether public institutions should rely on that kind of trading to raise funds. When it comes to, I don't know, selling NFTs of works that are in the collections, then perhaps it's a different discussion, but that would essentially look more like a very weird auction of works, and not speculative trading of monkeys and other famous things that have been NFT'd.
I think that the GLAM sector will become platform operators, basically. So going a little bit onto what Bogdan was going into, because of the price fluctuations, acquiring NFTs is probably out of the question, or many of them, the most popular of them, unless there's a contractual deal or something. Instead, out of the possibly available resources or financial resources, the GLAM sector might perhaps focus on the infrastructure or delivering platforms for their use internally, but they will become these exclusive platforms. It's nice to have your NFT in a museum, for example.
Thank you. Let me just show what at the very moment we identified. No one mentioned whether they have the necessary resources. Please.
I can tell you something about
Please.
that, because we did some research about, in general, using technologies by GLAMs. So when we run our questionnaire, we discovered that most of the institutions we involved in this analysis did not have the facilities, did not have the money, even to turn physical artifacts into digital. So they are not even at that point. They are not really capable of doing this transition. So I'm really skeptic that most of them will be really ready for this turnover. Some museums might, and in the Netherlands, a couple of them are ready to go because they have all the facilities, but looking at the Italian landscape you were mentioning, I really, really doubt that they will be ready for this.
That was our impression as well, but it's very good to know that you have empathy on that, so we will take a look at yours. Actually, this is what we also thought, and then continued with the idea then that it will necessarily be something like public-private partnership, which is necessary, but then how to use the funding for a private, partially private project. It's a very interesting thing, I would say, we have to continue with. Now, discuss later on. Now, Joanna is going to dig into deeper details of GLAM and NFT examples. We believe these are interesting to share with you, and then we will proceed to a few more questions.
Thank you, Peter. So here you can have a look at La Collection. This is an NFT platform that is dedicated to collaborations with museums around the world, including the British Museum. So as you can see, it essentially has online art exhibitions from the Leopold Museum, the British Museum, etc. And you can actually browse NFTs in the same way as you could browse listings on eBay, and you can actually directly buy an NFT using your bank card. So no need for a crypto wallet, no need for you to be blockchain technology literate or anything like that. 3 simple steps: you just select, buy, and then have the certificate of authenticity. So this is one of the best examples of a collaboration among an NFT platform and museums. Now, having seen this example, do you think that the regular galleries and galleries and museums should they follow this paradigm and collaborate with NFT platforms? How many of you think that more galleries and museums should collaborate with NFT platforms? Can I see some hands? Yeah, a few. Great. So through this way, apart from making it a more user-friendly experience of acquiring NFTs instead of going and buying them on OpenSea, also where counterfeit NFTs, infringing NFTs are there. As I said, the identities of the minters are not verified. So perhaps this type of collaboration gives buyers certainty that what they're buying is authentic, it's hassle-free, and also potentially appeals to generations that older generations or just people who do not trust to trade their money for crypto and set up a wallet, etc. So it kind of reminds more like eBay and Amazon, where most users are already familiarized with. Now, moving on to like collection, yes, as I said, you can buy using your bank card in euros, and you can see how much this is equivalent to Ethereum, whereas in OpenSea you have, it's much more complicated as if you're not familiar with this type of technology and cryptocurrencies and wallets. The next example here is an art exhibition by Unit London Gallery called Eternalizing Art History, where they are exhibiting 6 Italian masterpieces in very high resolution from Da Vinci, Caravaggio, Raphael, etc. And this is more like a transition from the completely online experience to similar to the American Virginia exhibition that we saw at the video. So people can have a look at the museums, at the artworks, get educated, and because there is a QR code, actually, you cannot see it properly here, but you can scan it and learn more about the history of the painting, etc. And then, of course, you can also buy the NFT afterwards if you want, or just admire the artwork. Now, I wanted to pose you the question whether you think that there should be NFT museums, exclusively NFT museums. Can I see any hands? Does anyone think that there should be NFT museums? Online, yeah. Probably online. Yeah, a few hands. The whole experience would be online, probably. Well, I was just going to explain, probably on the metaverse, which I will explain what it is. So, few hands showed. Great. So last year, December of 2021, the art chief of one of perhaps the biggest museum of the world, the State Hermitage Museum in Russia, he sort of said that all museums will build a metaverse copy using NFTs. So this is his prediction. And then soon afterwards, the State Hermitage Museum created digital twins of the majority of their artworks, thousands of pieces, and created a museum on the metaverse. So I assume that most of you already know that the metaverse is a 3D virtual world where any user can create a digital avatar and just do real-life experiences online. Similar to Sims, the video game of the 90s probably. So yes, so you can actually buy a plot of land, build and attend conferences, exhibitions, as well as real-life museums in a virtual sort of VR situation. So you can see some images on the left-hand side of how it looks like. Perfect. And then this is the latest sort of collaboration of Surbiton North Gallery, again in London, with a digital artist named Koz and Fortnite, one of the most popular video games in the history of video games. They created a virtual NFT exhibition called New Fiction, and here players can actually go and visit the museum. They don't have to buy the NFTs. It is more or less to have it as an experience and just admire the artwork while you play. So perhaps the purpose of these solely, purely metaverse museums within video games or outside of them is not just to make money out of it. Perhaps it's more or less to make art more accessible to different types of audiences, like gamers or people who are more technology literate and just go and just visit the metaverse. Maybe my mom do that. So yeah, this is what is currently happening. However, I'd like you to think about potential benefits and drawbacks of such institutions. I've mentioned probably most of the good things. For instance, the first question is, what kind of art should be minted in those museums? Here you see two of the most expensive and most popular NFTs ever sold. On the right-hand side, you see Beeple's Everyday, the first 5,000 days sold for almost 69.3 million. As well as Pac, this is the creator who created the Merge, this digital avatar, which sold for 91.8 million US dollars. So when you look at those, and then on the next slide, you compare this with Michelangelo's Donny Tondo, who got sold as an NFT for 170,000 US dollars. Perhaps it raises some questions of quality of work. Although under EU law, the EU originality standard states that as long as something is original, it is the author's own intellectual creation, it can receive copyright protection. Also, when you look at these two very expensive NFTs, there is a question of originality. So, do you think that they are really original? They are AI, computer-generated works, arguably, or on the other hand, they are original works. So this is just, yeah, some food for thought. I don't have the answer to that. So, thinking about these questions, the purpose of museums essentially is they are created for the public good. So do you think it is right or ethical for museums, institutions who are created for the public good and the public interest, to sell art in such expensive prices? So only few wealthy people can afford this. Even the Michelangelo, which is only 170,000, I mean, you can only just view and admire the artwork, but probably not buy it. Do you think that is right? Well, yes?
Sorry, I just have a follow-up question. If they sell art at these prices, are they museums anymore? Because they look more like Sotheby's or something like that. I mean, I think it would completely, you know, defeat their purpose. Sorry, I mean, I might be, you know, a bit too aggressive, but, you know, yeah.
Well, if we go back to this exhibition, half of the proceeds go directly to the small Italian galleries where the artwork is derived from. So in a sense, it helps the galleries just continue doing the good work that they do, but there is a question. Well, Ioanni's point was very good, and I absolutely agree. I'm not sure whether the purpose is lost. Now, there is some other perspective when you buy an artwork as an NFT. If you, I'm not sure if you can see, PAX The Merge has been sold for this huge amount of money, but it has been sold as pieces. So actually, 312,686 units of mass to almost 30,000 collectors. So NFTs offer you the opportunity to actually own art that you would normally not be able to own anyway. Even if you wanted to buy Michelangelo as an NFT, well, you would never be able to buy it in real life, but NFTs allow you to just pay small amounts of money and be a co-owner. So this is a revolutionary ownership model of art, and gives access to people who would not be able to own any art in the real world. So, yes?
What happened to the whole campaign about making sure people access digital reproduction of works for free without buying it? Where does this go? I mean, the Creative Commons and
Absolutely.
all the other big projects that are pursuing and promoting this trend, where will this go?
Well, that's a very good question, and I have a follow-up question.
No, I actually have anything. My understanding is that basically, you know, this is not excluding the access to culture that is going to be maintained by Creative Commons and by other initiatives of cultural heritage that is totally understandable if it's undertook by private sector, so the companies that are minting it. But it's less understandable, and I totally by the point that was raised just now, if it's taken by GLAMs, because they are supposed to educate. And in any case, this is a way to establish some self-funding mechanisms which already showed that it's a failure. And again, I would bring the Italian example that introduced some cultural heritage measures to control that. But it was a failure because what happened was that Corbis, Trust, Bridgeman, and Google later basically digitized everything, and they would have been the point of reference for anyone that would have elaborated art on that, and not the museum. So probably, you know, this is something aligned with that.
This is crazy for me, why people who cannot afford to buy would not be happy with having the digital reproduction instead, the free one that they don't have to buy, and rather
try to be like these billionaires that can buy everything. It's the wrong, I think, education we are.
Well, Simon, just very shortly, because we are running out of time and we need to fight for the wine. But we certainly have time to talk about this. Actually, you shouldn't listen to skeptical people, right? I mean, we are here to learn a lot, but because of running out of time, we would say, believe us, we still have a lot of slides, but we should do the Kahoot right now. And so those who are willing to run for the wine, please open your laptop or mobile phone and type in Kahoot .it. Okay, it's easy, Kahoot.it. And you are going to get a PIN number very soon as there you go, there's the PIN number. Crazy music, sorry for this. Ah, we already have some people there, wonderful. Okay. Okay, very good, very good. So there will be a real competition. For your consideration, again, you only will get points for the first 4 questions. Here it matters a lot how quick you are, okay? That matters a lot. And we believe there is one correct answer. We try to raise the question and the answers as precisely as possible. We said which is the correct answer for ourselves, of course. For the 5th, 6th, and 7th question, you don't get points because we believe these are not only multiple choice questions in some sense, but also polling, much more polling. It's not a real poll on Kahoot because for a poll, I should have paid much more than for this version, right? So you can select whichever option you want, but that will show some kind of preferences for us. Will help a lot. Is everyone online in Kahoot? Okay, then get ready. All questions are open for 30 seconds, not more. Then we are continuing with the next one. Yes, yes, be frightened of this. Start. Time passes by quickly. It is one of the only and only authentic digital copy of the work. First, it is one out of an infinite number of authentic digital copies of the work. The first produced NFT of a work is the most valuable. It is a digital copy of a work similar to downloading a JPEG on my PC. Sorry, I mean, you should probably get closer. Okay, well. I'm not sure it's working this way that I'm reading. You should probably get a little bit closer if you really want to fight, right? Next. Okay, Simon is the number 1. Come on, come on. Okay. I mentioned that. Forget about winning the wine, right? I mean, okay, I see people are getting closer. Okay, so we should. Pardon? Oh, well, then I will invite you for a glass of wine today, right? I mean, you will be my guest. You should enjoy it. But otherwise, I mean, you know everything in NFTs, right? Let's get ready for question 2. Aren't we 22? Okay. Oh, come on, guys. You are cheating. Okay. It's much more diverse. Okay. Flora! Okay, okay, okay. Who is Francis? Oh, okay, so we can ultimately conclude that Francisco will get the red wine and Flora will get the white wine, because this is the ultimate end of the... But truly, congratulations for NFT experts like Tony, so it's good. You were very close anyway. So we have 3 more questions, please. You can select more options as of now, no points. We would be only polling your preferences, your opinion about these questions. Very much connected to our discussion today. Continue next. We are almost there, so a very hard question, right? Okay. I expected the majority of you will say, do not invest. Interesting. And final question. Okay, very interesting. Okay, guys, thank you very much. The podium, as we have seen that earlier, Tony is number 3. Flora, wonderful. Okay. Come on. Francisco. Okay. Thank you very much for this. I will hand over the wine to you guys. But at this point, let's say we run out of time. Trust us, we didn't expect that we will run out of time. We had the fear that we won't be able to use our time here. But we think we learned a lot from you. And I believe that it's just the beginning of the NFT story. As you know, tomorrow we will have more NFT papers. So get ready that people will mention this crazy word in the coming period yet. You might also want to say something to that.
Peter, can I disconnect? Oh, please. My first act as the winner is to give the wine to Peter as a thank you for the organization. So, thank you, Peter, for this.
Cheap trick.
There you go. I think if I disconnect, you can still, right?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Okay, so I mean, the
I'll
most
just plug this
critical
in.
thing, I think, is understand now. Yeah, it's A, B, A, C.
Yeah.
Because
I will ask around. Okay. More? Damn. Okay. Let me just Yo. All right. Hi, everyone. So this is an exercise that's based on separate questions for participants. So we have side A and side B. I would just like to confirm if everyone has a training ID and if everyone on my right, so your left, is B and everyone on my left is A. You have the papers in your desk. There's a smaller one, an A5, that says your training ID. This will be relevant for the cross-sector. Your A1, okay, so A's are supposed to be on this side, B's are supposed to be on this side, but I can just shift some papers around, honestly. Is there any B on this side? No, right? Okay. I will give you, you're an A1, how did you get there? Okay. I think you're the only one that's wrong, right? Having trouble. Thank you. You're
Okay, so we have A4 and A2, which are not...
A2 and A3, you say?
Yes.
Okay, can you give those to me? 1, A2, and A3. Yes. Hello. I see you have lonely IDs, so this is your new ID. This is your new one. There you go. Thank you. All right, so I think that's all. Is there any B's on the wrong side? Or A's on the wrong side? I think not. Marta, you want to join? Okay, so before I explain what the exercise will be about, I just wanted to make sure everyone is in the correct spots. So first of all, welcome. This is our second part. I know this is going to be a very traditional exercise. We encourage cheating, so this is why we separated groups. You can discuss with people in your section if you want to, but the answer is still yours and someone will be reviewing your answers, so be careful. Now.
Okay, well, I think you all received Peter's email with the link to the EU Recreating Europe Stakeholders Platform. So basically, the materials you have now on your seats are the ones that were uploaded in the Recreating Europe platform. So you can use it as a support to solve the cases, and the instructions will be given later. Just a few words on what the platform is, because you may want to take a look while you're there. Basically, this is what our project created in order to have a space to talk with our stakeholders, but even end users. So we're talking about GLAMs, the staff, operational staff, in case of WIPS6 that deals with the cultural heritage institutions. But we also have other working packages. We're dealing with different stakeholders, so you will see an overview on all the working packages and different posts, etc., that could be commented on. This is where also we maybe create posts about our deliverables, and so. Yeah, this is just a basic overview. So if you go there, you will see that GLAM already, which is our working package, already has some deliverables and topics created. It's an image, actually. No, it's an image. Sorry about that. But if you just go through the link that Peter sent, you would find that, yeah, these are our contents. And the most interesting thing, I think, would be that our FAQs and guidelines for the cultural institutional stuff would be would be kind of tested there. It should be an environment in which they can also, the staff can comment and interact with us, because this is our just interim version. So for the definite version, we are trying to collect feedback, so please feel free to contribute. And so this is a screenshot again of the training materials, but as I mentioned, you should have already your copy with you there, paper copy. So I will leave the floor to Francisco to introduce the Indices project, because this is a training which we created together, we drafted together. I would add that this is not the first time we are doing this. We did something similar with other colleagues of Francisco from the Indices project in the workshop we held at Trento at Muse and Marte. But this specific session, which you find also in the platform, was indeed held with Maria Tartari and Francesca Manfredini from Indices, although it deals with a different use case. But anyways, Francisco?
Yeah, sure. So I will keep this quick and brief. As you can see, the platform that we will be using today is called the Open Observatory. It's developed by Work Package 4. I'm, as you can guess, from Work Package 2, which is based on IP issues. The whole point of today's exercise is to combine both. So you will have a copyright case, or as I said, 2 copyright cases, and you will submit your answers in our platform, and then someone from the opposite group will comment on your own answers. So we're trying to engage in a discussion here, which is the exact point of the platform. Ongoing assemblies about specific topics that you might want to have event specific. So for example, for today's workshop, the point of the platform is, of course, to discuss all of deliverables and events and whatever. So yeah, what we'll be doing today is, well, predictably group case A. We'll have 15 minutes for that, and B will solve B. And then everyone will comment on a matching case, so A1 will comment on B1, etc. The submission is very simple. Once you sign up for this, the link will lead you directly to this window that says new proposal, and you just put some paragraph or some topics I think the solution for this is. You can cheat, you can discuss. There's probably people here that have been working on the sector that the cases are about for longer, or some who haven't touched on that issue, so you can consult, but you should also be critical and derive your own answer. So this is it. This is the link. I advise you to input into your computer now. Just register, and whenever you're ready, submit. I will start counting the time in, I don't know, 2 minutes. So this is what I meant when I said this is more of a traditional type of training. It feels like an exam. So if there are any questions, please let us know. Otherwise, the only thing that I'd like to request you is to identify your submission with your training ID, so that the other person that has to review yours can review yours. That's all. Any questions? Time. Okay, cool. So I will start the 15. Yes. When you're submitting, just on the title, you can use whatever name you want for the nickname. Even a fake name if it's. So, I will put alternative link. Yeah. Let me know if you can access that one. short paragraph.
Very, okay.
If you need more, you can put it in a Word document and upload as an attachment.
I'm not sure if I need to keep editing and editing. Looks like I have to.
If you prefer to submit a longer version without editing, you can submit as an attachment. But the regular short answer should be under 500 characters, so 3 tweets. All right. Is anyone finishing up anything that they would want to write on this by any chance? You don't have to be very precise. It's just to check. Because if anyone wants to submit something, I would say now is the right time. Because then I just want to check something, especially, well, first of all, platform problems that you might be experiencing. I understand the character limit and some other bugs are existing, so it's important for me to benchmark that. And also to kind of discuss the case and understand how such a platform could be used to fix these issues in this case and to be used as a discussion outlet. So if anyone wants to submit something for us to kind of go through this now, I will give you, I don't know, 2 more minutes, and then we can go for that. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. Character limits.
And then you can elaborate more. We will have a more discussion after that. So even if it's a whole sentence or bullet points, the discussion will be expanded afterwards.
I mean, you can upload everything as a document, as the proposal. You can also divide it into proposal, comment, 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 right? Because you can comment on your own. But it's interesting to understand that the 500 character limit is being a problem. You really are lawyers. Oh no, I already offered it to Peter. Too late. No, I already got some, so I think we can test this out now. Okay.
A question, I mean, a response is there.
No, yeah, there's mine hasn't updated, but they're there. Like,
Oh, great.
which by coincidence are matching, but we will not do part 2. Okay, so I'll just ask some platform-related questions. If anyone wants to submit while I'm talking, feel free. The first question I'd like to ask is, in terms of entering something, a proposal, or signing up, what difficulties did you face in this? Because I've had many bugs. I've had a bug where it says you have a similar proposal uploaded and it won't let me upload anything. So that I can streamline this to my technical partners. If anyone has some technical comment, just let me know. Anything? Just a character limit. Okay. Then I'll also I see B6 could be named as B6. So anyone that wants to remain anonymous, did you have any problem with that, with acceptance of the names, anonymity, etc.? I assume not too. And now the part that we're interested in, did anyone have particular difficulties with their case, with the content of the case, from a copyright perspective? Or do we have any comments or remarks on the cases that we did? Also not, okay. So the conclusion is everything was okay and correct. I don't know, if anyone wants to comment on any of those, they can just let me know. I wasn't the one developing this. Yeah, that's what I'm going to describe to wrap up. Bohdan, do you mind if I open your proposal to show something? Yes. You mind? Okay, so thank you for your answers, or people are still submitting answers. I'm too sad that we couldn't match the partners with each other. But you can still do that in your free time. A6 and B6, feel free to go meet each other and discuss why your answers are wrong or whatever you're gonna do. In terms of platform usage, this is all that I have to do for now. We are trying to disseminate and get people to use this for these functions that I am about to show you on the big screen now. So essentially, not only the fact that you can comment, approve, and even submit as a comment a suggestion that can get votes as any normal social network can, but also the fact that it generates a word map that you can comment on how accurate it was, and attribute sentiment analysis to each of the parts. It's still in a testing phase, as you can see. Probably Bohdan is looking at this and thinking, why the hell is all the A6 in there? The whole point is that by engaging in this platform, you can also comment on how accurate it was, and it will link you to specific resources when you click the little balls, and these create another cloud. You have the same for this, but Bohdan might be, why is Alabama there, or why is Bedfordshire there? So this is supposed to be based on a software as a service platform that is also going to be deployed, but only within a few months, and I assume it will be a little stronger after that, providing links and everything else. That's my dissemination efforts. If you want to have some copyright discussions on the cases themselves, we're having a break now, so feel free to discuss that. And please send any remarks or come talk to me, because I need to get this fixed if there were any errors. And I think that's all. You can unsubscribe or keep subscribed if you want to check some news out and some events out. And does Recreating Europe want to add anything to this? Yeah? Do you want to go to your website? No. What do you mean? Yeah, of course. I will just comment all the A6. I'm sorry, I don't like your proposal, so. No, sorry, also not. Yes, Timur. So as you see, normal social dynamic functions, which is supposed to be the democratic approach to a proposal. What more? What? No, sorry. Yeah, we can keep this going for a while. It's odd that the comment has more characters than the proposal itself. I will keep that noted for the future. And that's the platform really that I wanted to show you. I wish we could make this cross exercise, but we can talk about the cases. Yes. Yeah, so so this is data science stuff. I'm not a data scientist, but supposedly because we're using also source data from the users of the platform to attribute automatically sentiment analysis. The fact that you can choose a ball and say if that is bad or good will create further automated sentiment analysis. So if a lot of people put tech guy as positive, you are attributing positive sentiment to tech guy for future sentiment analysis. That's all that this function is supposed to do. I will put ODA6 as negative though. Oh, you cannot vote. Okay, bug noted. So yeah, that's my dissemination from the platform. Thank you for the submissions and thank you for the ODA6. I assume these functions will be running a little better, and I will take notes of your remarks regarding character limits and technical struggles. And if you have any questions on the platform, on its objectives, or on the copyright cases itself, what's the correct solution, or if you want to go through some solutions, we can do that in the break now, I guess, right? No, I think it's impossible to do the comments on the other cases now. No, if, okay. Because I don't know if participants are comfortable with that, with us going through each response individually, right? Oh, okay, sure. So Simon, can I open your file in attachment? Okay, thank you. Yes. Yes, but I'm deleting this exercise afterwards, right? Because we want to keep it inside this. Okay, let me open your text document. Dang. Actually, Simon, could you come up here and explain us your answer, and maybe... No one is, I think, in here, or if someone is, please, you can comment on Simon's proposal. I'm also not an expert. I designed this case based on some basic indications that I have a lot of good topics on your response. I think I cannot read through this. This is long. Yeah, I think it's not possible to read the cases now, right? The answers, at least, 'cause they're pretty long. Yeah, I mean. That was the intention of having the participants comment on each other. Yeah. Okay, I'll just open it.
Maybe something like, okay, who believes that Article 3 would apply? Something
Yeah, sure. Because once you stop having time for, let me open that.
Very briefly through the cases, and we can have a short discussion before the break. Okay, so I believe that most of you said that Article 3 would be applicable. Article 3 CDSM would be applicable, right? The answers are more elaborated than we thought, so it's difficult to sum it up now. But I guess there is one that says that, well, I'm interested in this because there's one that says, I would suggest to do not this in the Berne Convention territory. Maybe this person can elaborate a bit. Yeah, please?
I would just say go to a country where there's less copyright protection and do it instead.
Okay. Yeah, and also I see that one said that the role of Boolean logic association association wouldn't be an issue. This is really much concerned to the private-public partnership we're talking, so if anyone wants to add a bit on that. Because we know Article 3 and Article 4 is different kind of, they address different subjects, so I believe and this emerged even in the discussion today that, well, it's really critical to think about who are the subjects that are engaged in the digitization operations, and it's also a problem on infrastructure and de facto powers that come to emerge.
I mean, but then you also mentioned that the BLA is just a tool, and if possible, I would like to ask you to elaborate on that.
Again, I'm no expert in this, but as far as I remember, there is a recital in the directive. I looked it up, but I read it very quickly because only at the very end I reminded myself that there is something like this, a recital of the directive, and found the right one. That essentially it says that it's okay for a research organization to rely on private sector in terms of technology, but I would say that as long as the BLA is just a neutral provider of services and is not the one who actually decides what's being done with the results of this text and data mining, they should be treated just as an outsourcer. But if they were an active participant in the project in a way that they would decide about the scope and the purposes of the use, then they would probably under Article 4 rather than Article 3, assuming that they are a commercial organization and not a research organization, because the case didn't really.
Yeah. The BLA is not mentioned as a research organization, particularly because for that, what you just mentioned, if it was everything involved would fall under Article 3, so it would be a little easier. The ALA we know is a cultural heritage institution, and the CLA is a research organization. The fact that the party that's doing the most of the processing, the annotation, and that's eventually going to affect the results, even if driven by an external request, is an outsourcer. But as you mentioned, I would call an outsourcer a tool in the process if you can control the process enough, right?
I think that even if you forget about the recitals, I don't think it's a problem that you, as a beneficiary of an exception, you rely on an outsourcer. Recently we had the Austro-Mechana case where a cloud provider was involved in private problems.
Yeah.
Probably a similar reasoning applied here.
Yeah, that reminds me of, okay, it's a different topic, but maybe if thinking about cultural institutions and what the Open Data Directive says about, well, then we will have something different, right? Because documents that, gives also exclusive rights basically to that private partnership. So I'm looking right now at Recital 11, which is the one you mentioned, and well, the differences of these situations emerge. Although I'm really thinking what would happen if we were in a cultural heritage situation here and the Open Data Directive would have applied well, and what would have happened.
We are, because they're digitizing books,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Collections.
Yeah.
You also mentioned that so read terms would not apply. We're applying, right, because of contractual override. Which is kind of interesting, because if you were Reddit in the other side of the question, how would you argue that scraping all the data and that doing the process is a for-profit organization, and even if they are delivering this as clean data to a research organization, the person doing the scraping is still a commercial entity, so this would be Article 4, and I'm against it because I have terms of service and robots.txt, which is a question that I don't have an answer for. I don't know how to answer this, and if any one of you has any input on that, sure, give me, because I have no idea how user who is doing the web is purpose-based or not, in this case, in Article 3 and 4. Case 3, that's all. Case A, I guess.
Yes, just a few words about case B, maybe. The answers received focused on the one hand on the fact that there are out-of-commerce works, and so maybe, I mean, this was one aspect that was evidence. The other more some interest, probably even in exploring how to make digitization more participative process. Well, the input of citizens is somehow also welcomed and incentivized in the Culture 3.0 model, let's say. So, I mean, if this person wants to elaborate a bit on the fact that the idea of submitting their materials is somehow negative, should be interesting, an interesting point of discussion. And this is the P6. Also, we have another participant who said that probably citizens should donate these materials, and that cheese would need to seek prior consent on the right holder anyways.
I have another question for the room, and I think it's a closer question to also tie with Joanna's presentation. So in the beginning of this case, there's a clear mention of two different periods, and this is done on purpose, because one is, at least you would expect that partially, at what this indicates, some works are already in the public domain. But this also indicates that the submissions will be minted as NFTs. So you could have this institution capitalizing on a work that is on the public domain, right? So I'd like to have your thoughts on this, particularly taking into account that it's the public that chooses what they want as an NFT, and into account that the proceeds be used for digitization efforts. If anyone has any commentary on the particularities of this, yeah. I do get it, but if the work is in the public domain, why should the donor receive an NFT too? Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. A token, literally. Okay, that was my main question for the room. Do you have anything, Marta?
No, I think we are
Thank you, participant B6, for revealing yourself.
But maybe there was another.
No, please.
Yeah.
I think you should submit your answers so I can look at it. Another time.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Could be like.
I will take that as a bug report. Thank you.
I think I don't see it. I think I don't see it. I'm sorry about that.
No, it isn't. Does anyone in the audience want to answer this? Because I'm not a crypto pro, but I've heard that a lot of sustainable, non-carbon, non-impacting ecosystems are being developed. I don't know what's the technicalities on that, but if anyone does happen to know, it would be good to know as a factor to counterweight in the future when having this discussion, right? So. Computing power. Okay.
But I'm happy because data protection was one of the issues there, and it was raised, and yeah.
It was also raised by WIPS6 when they revealed themselves.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you everyone.
Okay.
And so I think we should probably have the break now.
But Cristiana, still submit your answer just so I can, not today, but another time, so I can comment on your answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, break time. Thank you. So, note takes.